Hello, everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law, where we learn through the misfortunes of others. As always, I'm your host, Uncivil Law, a licensed attorney in Texas, Virginia, and before the U.S. Supreme Court, and I hope you're having a great day. For today's live stream, we turn our attention back about a year to a deposition given by Christine O'Donnell in the case of the Satanic Temple versus City of Boston. So let me give you a little bit of information about the Satanic Temple. First of all, I suppose we have to begin with the Church of Satan, which is a different group. The Church of Satan was primarily founded by Anton LaVey, as he wrote the book, The Satanic Bible. And his book was essentially Ayn Rand philosophy coupled together with mysticism and magic with a K. So a little bit of, libertarianism combined with it doesn't matter if other people suffer, just whatever benefits me, just a narcissistic, hedonistic philosophy, if you like. So whatever benefits me is fine. The strong survive, the weak perish. You have the ability to exploit others if you like. Whatever you want to do as you will, kind of a philosophy. So that was the Church of Satan. The Satanic Church was founded about 40 years later in the early 2000s, not on any particular work or any particular book, but with a much more charitable, libertarian, hedonistic philosophy. So rather than maximum exploitation, it is moderated by the desire to not cause harm to others to some degree. Now, to what degree that is, I suppose, depends on your point of view about how that is. But they preach a more compassionate, hedonistic libertarianism as opposed to LaVey's hedonistic exploitation and domination. So that is a little bit about them. The Satanic Temple, for its part, has been substantially more relevant in the last 20 years than the Church of Satan. And it is the one who files pretty much all the lawsuits these days. The Satanic Temple is a bit of a legal troll, which is fun sometimes, because they primarily exist, I suppose, in a practical sense, to fight for freedom of religion. Excuse me. Neither the Church of Satan nor the Satanic Temple, by the way, believe in a literal Satan. So they do not worship Satan as an entity. They've co-opted his name for dramatic effect, I suppose. The Satanic Temple, for its part, is a bit of a legal troll, and they fight for freedom of religion, among other things. So, for example, does a city have monuments given by Christian groups? Well, we'd like to have a monument given by our group. Does your city offer a city prayer? Well, we'd like to give the city prayer. Does your school allow for religious literature? Well, we'd like to pass out religious literature too, including the thumbnail of this video, which is the big book of Satanism for the children, including the coloring book that they will offer pretty much as a way to show, well, if other religions get it, our religions get it too. And then people don't like it, and so the whole thing falls apart. So they're a little bit of a religious troll in that sense, in sort of a practical sense. In the case at hand, with the Satanic Temple versus the City of Boston, which incidentally, the City of Boston won in the end. The Satanic Temple was suing the City of Boston because it wanted to be included in the ministerial prayers offered at city council meetings. So the city council, like many legislatures, opens its sessions with a prayer. And they're like, okay, we'd like to be included in this too. And they would ultimately lose that issue. Excuse me. Because the courts in general have said, like, if you that it's up to the legislatures or the city councils, as the case may be, to choose how to do it. It's a limited public forum, not a traditional public forum, and so it's up to the cities. And as long as you don't make it open to everybody, you can kind of have whatever rules you want. So the City of Boston, like other people, don't make it open to everybody, and so they're allowed to kind of pick and choose as they wish. But people have said that I should respond to this deposition because they thought it was really, really bizarre. And it might be fun. So we're going to watch this deposition. It will be an interesting discussion of First Amendment rights. The Satanic Temple is recognized as a church for IRS purposes. So it might touch on freedom of religion issues and not non-preference of religion by the government, establishment of religion. So it could be interesting. So we'll see how this all goes. So let's watch this deposition and we'll comment as we need to.
Okay. Ada, if you could get us started, please.
Very good. Well, my name is Ada King, and I'm the minister of Satan. I'm going to be lowering the lights, lighting some candles, and reading our invocation.
I'm sorry. What's happening now? Are we doing a Satanistic worship session in the middle of a deposition? Is that what we're doing? Hold on. I gotta rewind this back. That's a way to start.
On the record, the time is 9:32.
Okay. Ada, if you could get us started, please.
Very good. Welcome, everyone. My name is Ada King, and I'm the minister of Satan. I'm going to be lowering the lights, lighting some candles, and reading our invocation.
Not for nothing, but that's not really a great way to start a deposition on any level. But apparently we've decided to start our deposition by having a minister of the Church of the Satanic Temple lower the lights and put on some candles and begin with a satanic invocation. Okay. I've never seen a deposition start that way, but apparently that's how we're rolling over here. All right. We're what? 15 seconds into this and I'm already losing it? I think we might be in for a good time. Wow.
Let us stand now, unbowed and unfettered by arcane doctrines, born of fearful minds in darkened times. Let us embrace the Luciferian impulse
Okay.
to eat of the tree of knowledge and dissipate our blissful and comforting delusions of old. Let us demand that individuals be judged for their concrete actions, not their fealty to arbitrary social norms and illusory categorizations. Let us reason our solutions with agnosticism in all things, holding fast only to that which is demonstrably true. Let us stand firm against any and all arbitrary authority that threatens the personal sovereignty.
Is the stenographer having to write this all down? I imagine they are. Okay.
Of one or of all. That which will not bend must break, and that which can be destroyed by the truth should never be spared its demise.
You know, not for nothing, but the Satanic Temple does have as one of its official tenets of its religion the idea of compassion, and they also have the idea of not imposing your freedom on other people's freedom. And to violate other people's freedom is an affront to the Satanic Temple. So I can't help noticing that it seems to me the Satanic Temple is violating one of its own precepts right now, because I can't help noticing that in exercising their freedom, they are probably imposing on this woman's freedom, respecting her religion. So we're a minute into this, and I'm not sure the Satanic Temple is in conformity to its own precepts. But who am I to judge the Satanic Temple? I mean, I'm not a priest or anything, but I can read. All right.
It is done. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
I also have to just make clear, I've never heard a deposition started with a prayer of any kind for any religion ever. And, yeah. Okay. All right.
Great. So pleased that you all are gathered here today. I want to be very, very clear. The purpose of today's meeting is to get to the truth. That's it. We are not a threat to you. I want you to know that. It's very important to me that you are aware of that.
She seems
Do you
convinced.
understand that, Christine?
I do.
Thank you. I presumed, sorry, I shouldn't have been so presumptuous. We should start with who we are. So I'm Matt Kazaya. I represent the Satanic Temple against the City of Boston on charges that the City of Boston is not inviting TST to the legislative prayer event that opens public meetings. You just heard the invocation that we would have done. We've demanded it 3 times. The consistent response has been, unless you have an invitation, you are not welcome. We cannot get an invitation of our own devices, so we are.
Also, depositions don't begin with a speech. You know what depositions begin with? Questions. You know what they are? You know what's in the middle of them? Questions. You know what's at the end of a deposition? Questions. Depositions don't include, let me give a statement time. They are questions. Why are you reciting facts at all? Why aren't you asking her questions to establish the facts? Okay.
Are seeking the court's assistance to get us that invitation. That's it. That's all we're here for. The city denies the charge, says that it's our speech and you are subject to invitation-only policies because that's just how we like to do things. And so that's the nature of the dispute. Once again, I'm Matt Kazaya. I represent plaintiffs. We have Rob and Nicole, if you guys could please introduce yourselves for the defendants.
Sure. So Nicole O'Connor for the City of Boston.
Rob Arcangeli for the City of Boston.
I have also with me my wife-in-law partner Sonia at council table and plural representatives of TST. Lucian Greaves, co-founder, is also at council table, and this matter is being publicly recorded by agreement of the parties to be used only for posterity purposes, not live broadcast. That was the subject of dispute. We resolved it through rational discourse. That's what we're here for today. It's just rational discourse to try to seek.
Counselor, do you have a question? Okay, so what am I more likely to get annoyed by is now the thing that I'm going to do. Am I going to get more annoyed by the bad lawyering, or am I going to get more annoyed by the Satanic Temple imposing themselves on this proceedings in contravention to their own tenets? All right.
An understanding, a joint understanding as to our side of the story and your side of the story. We have brought pamphlets so you guys can see who we are. You will take notice that this pamphlet, this will be...
Just ask a question!
One. You guys already have copies. Have you guys looked through these pamphlets yet?
That's a question.
We're doing
There
the
you
usual
go.
stipulations, Matt.
No stipulation so far. We can get to that point. Actually, that's a good point.
So when they say standard stipulations, by the way, a lot of depositions have standard stipulations. Like, for example, no objections except as to form would be a standard objection or a standard agreement. So you don't have to preserve objections on the record. You can object to them later, so not slow things down. So no objections except as to form. or privilege. So you wouldn't object, for example, irrelevance, or you wouldn't object hearsay. So no objections except form or privilege would be an example. Excuse me, sorry about the sneezing. We got a problem here. I think I'm allergic to the BS the Satanic Temple is doing right now because it's not lawyering. I think that might be the problem.
In terms of stipulations, I propose as follows.
Oh, Lord.
There are lots of legal rules. I can't, frankly, remember all of them unless they're very specifically cited.
There are a lot of legal rules I can't remember unless it's specifically cited. Uh-huh.
And I'm researching at the time, so I propose we simplify things as follows. I promise not to harass. I promise not to intimidate. I am trying to be, although I'm angry about this matter, I'm trying to be very, very clear that my anger is not directed at you personally or anyone in this room.
Just kill me.
I feel angry personally about being excluded from things. That's my deal. I'm trying to keep it under wraps. So please bear with me if I sometimes get excitable in the matter.
Oh my God.
I, relatedly, will not threaten anyone. I ask that no one threatens me because, again, I'm prone to excitement. Only questions about this dispute. No getting into anything untoward. If anyone has an objection as
this guy has to be a lawyer. This guy has to be a lawyer. Right? I mean, he's obviously, excuse me. Excuse me. I mean, only the parties can ask questions. He's obviously not the city of Boston. He's obviously the Satanic Temple. And so he has to be a lawyer because the Satanic Temple isn't a person. So he has to be a lawyer. Oh my God.
As to anything that I do, please let it be known. We'll try to address it, again, through rational discourse. No statements, only questions. I'm inquiring into your mind. I'm not here to make any particular points. These are...
What do you mean, no statements, only questions? What do you think you've been doing so far? We're 6 minutes into 3 hours. We're never going to make it. We're never going to make it. This is going to have to be a part 1 and part 2, I'm pretty sure, by the time we're done.
These are my proposed offers. Are these offers acceptable to you guys?
That's acceptable to me. I'm also going to abide by the usual stipulation in that I'm going to reserve all of my objections except as to form until the time of trial.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? It's almost like I'm a lawyer, right? What did I tell you? What is the usual stipulation? Well, how about we waive all objections except as to form? And this woman says, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to waive all my objections except as to form. Wow, it's almost like I read a law book once.
Okay, I would like, if it's a form objection, for us to have a specific addressing of what the objection is, so that I can try to fix it. I also request no semantics games. No games of, I don't know, mincing of words. I'm not very good with words myself, despite being a lawyer. I find myself consulting the dictionary quite regularly, in fact. No leaving. We're kind of stuck in here until we understand each other. That's all I'm trying to get to. No talking to your lawyers during these proceedings. So we are now in the part of the conversation where I'm inquiring into your state of mind, yours, of course, being the cities of Boston's. Also, short of there being a privilege objection, I ask that you answer the question. It will be sometimes perhaps subject to an objection as to form, perhaps, or some other kind of objection to the extent we can't resolve the objection amongst ourselves. I propose that we just discreetly table them. That's all I ask, is that the issue be discreetly stated. Any objections as to that?
Nope.
Okay.
Before we begin, can we put the lights up just a little bit to where they were? Thank you.
Let's see here. So phase 2 of things, you mentioned that you're going to reserve all objections for trial. That would resolve the next phase. To the extent you have any objections, I say for trial, for whatever next set of proceedings, I also propose that any disputes be resolved by Rob. I know Rob, I trust Rob, I know that Rob knows the law.
So it will be either one of us. It may be me. I'm sorry if you're stuck with me. I'll do my best to get the law right, but you got me today.
Hold on, I'm not stuck with you. To be clear, I want to talk with you. I brought you guys here for the purpose of talking to you, for the purpose of saying, here is where we are coming from. I want to know where you are coming from. That's it. And again, not through statement, because that part happened already.
Who is Rob? Rob appears to be one of the lawyers for the city of Boston, who we don't even have the courtesy to refer to by a last name. And it's like, I'd like all my issues to be resolved by Rob. At the risk of pointing out the obvious, you don't have the right to control who the other side's lawyer is. So, yeah.
Through question. So you and I might have a dispute. I say you, council table,
Oh my
City
God.
of Boston, and I might have a dispute. All I request is that to the extent there be contention, Rob be intervening to fix the contention.
I hope it's a non-issue, but I think this will be an issue that we don't need to worry about.
Okay. Can we table that then in the event of contention?
I mean, these are very bizarre sort of stipulations or suggestions for a typical deposition. I'm happy we'll work with you amicably to resolve any issues, and I think this is a non-issue that we don't need to worry about. And if we should get into some sort of dispute, I think we can cross that bridge when we get to it.
Understood. Okay. Once again, no contention, just looking for the truth. And to the extent we have any tabled issues, those.
I'm not exactly sure who this woman is, but it's obvious that she's someone in the city of Boston. We haven't got into who she is, by the way. We're 10 minutes into this, and I still don't know who the witness is other than her name. But she's somebody. I don't know who she is. She is some embodiment of the city of Boston. She is the city of Boston for some purpose. What purpose? I don't know. But she's the city of Boston. That's all I know. Let's see if we can get more specific.
Obviously have to go to the judge. Any objections as to anything that I have proposed here? No. Anyone at all? Okay. All right. So that being the case, we have some important public documents that I just want to make reference to. I see no reason to show anyone them. There was the complaint, there was the answer, there was the motion to dismiss, there was the order granting the motion to dismiss as to part, importantly on the issue of government speech, and then Shurtleff came out, which importantly said that government speech cannot be used to exclude certain religions. Any objections as to the court taking note in the course of understanding the rest of this deposition of its own public docket?
I'm muted. Okay, yeah. Okay, so what I was saying is we don't need to lay out all this groundwork, is what I was saying. We don't need to lay out all this groundwork. We don't need to go through this, is what I was saying. If we had a question about something, we could just ask the question. We don't need to set all this background, right? So if I had a question somehow that related to the judge's decision, for example, right? Because the judge apparently has given a partial order on this, right? If I had a question that somehow related to that, here's how I would go about it, all right? I am now handing you a copy of the judge's decision in this matter dated so-and-so, so-and-so. Do you recognize this document? Yes, it's the judge's decision from so-and-so, so-and-so. Are you familiar with this document? Yes. Okay. I'd like to kindly direct your attention to page 10, line 20. Could you please read that's what's written there? They proceed to read the line. Okay. And then I'm going to ask a question about it. We don't need to do all this. Like, okay, can we just take notice of these things? Why? Why take notice of them in the abstract? This witness is here to answer questions. That's all she's here for, is to answer questions. So why are we taking notice of these things in the abstract? It's pointless. If she can give testimony about the things, then we can just ask about the things. We don't need to preface it with all this stuff. I'm gonna have a headache.
I don't really understand what you're asking on the record, but
And to be clear, I'm not saying this for the court's benefit. I'm saying this for the congregants' benefit.
Okay,
the congregants are going to be needing to know that they need to take a look at the complaint, the answer, the motion to dismiss.
You could just tell them. You could just tell them. If the point of this is, I want to tell the congregants, you are the Satanic Temple. You could just tell them. Hey, Satanic Temple, you know what I think you should do? I really think you should read this. Oh my God.
The order granting motion to dismiss, importantly, as a government speech, and short-lived, which overturned government speech. That's the only thing that the congregants need to take note of. I'm telling them this by using those words.
okay.
But, you know, again, obviously the court's going to take note of its own docket. We'll figure out document numbers if the needs end up being. So, that all being the case, I propose that we proceed with the deposition.
That'd be
Any
great.
objections?
No?
Great.
Please ask a question.
Please identify yourself for benefit of the public.
Christine O'Donnell, I'm the Compliance Director and Staff Counsel for the Boston City Council.
There you go. That's who it is. We now know. Her name is Christine O'Donnell. She is counsel for the city of Boston. She is one of the people that makes the city of Boston's decisions with respect to this. Great. Great. Okay. So thank you, Christine. I am the city of Boston. In this particular manifestation, I represent the city when it relates to being a director and staff counsel for the city of Boston for compliance. Fantastic. All right.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you want her sworn in first, or?
Oh, Christine, are you going to lie?
Oh my God. We didn't swear her in? I just assumed that happened off camera. I just assumed that happened off camera because it's like literally the first thing you do. We never swore her in. And then it's like, can we swear Aaron? And the guy's like, are you going to lie? What the hell? Just swear her in. Oh my God. If the city of Boston has to wind up swearing in this witness, I'm okay. Are we sure this guy's a lawyer? Holy shit.
I'm not, but
I think we should swear her in
yeah.
just for the sake of consistency.
I like ceremony. Let's swear her in.
Can I ask you to raise your hand?
sure.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Great. let's start over.
Okay.
Please identify yourself.
Christine O'Donnell, I'm the compliance director and staff counsel for the Boston City Council.
Okay, and why are you here?
I am here under the deposition. I'm representing the city of Boston.
Okay, and that's
Okay, so she is a lawyer. She is a lawyer, but she is the designator. She's the designee to be the city of Boston. Fine, no problem, right? You can do this in a company too, right? Because someone has to speak for the company. So, you know, the company wants to be, you want to depose the company, right? So the company might designate someone. This is now the company. They have the power to speak for the company. That can be a lawyer, but obviously you no longer have attorney-client privilege because you are now the designee for the you know, there's no attorney-client privilege anymore because you are now the clients. Yeah, you are now the client. So, yeah, you can't have privilege with yourself. So, you know, okay, she is an attorney, but now she's the designee, which means she is the client. She is the city of Boston. Fantastic, city of Boston. What do you have to tell us?
That's pursuant to a Rule 30b-6 deposition. Is that
Correct.
What is a Rule 30b-6 deposition to your understanding?
To my understanding, I'm here to represent the city of Boston under the federal rules.
And with regard to the federal rules, you're referring to the federal rules of procedure, I gather, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Tell
Civil
us more about the
procedure.
federal rules of procedure.
Civil procedure.
What?
There are two different versions of the rules. There's the federal rules of civil procedure and the federal rules of criminal procedure. Tell us more about the federal rules of procedure. Which one? Lord.
What's the nature of
As
your
they pertain to what?
She's the one who said it. I'm asking her to expound.
On her understanding of what the federal rules of civil procedure are?
Correct.
Okay.
Just my understanding is I'm here because of that rule. I am not a litigator for the Boston City Council, so that it's my understanding that I'm here pursuant to that rule.
Let me back up with a little bit of exposition. The
No.
lawyers in the room speak a certain language that the congregants do not speak. I'm trying to take out the legalese. So 30b-6
You're a lawyer.
means something to all four of us, and also Sonia, it doesn't mean anything to them. So when you say 30b-6, I know what you mean, they don't know what you mean. What is a 30b-6 deposition?
To my understanding, I am here representing the city of Boston.
In the matter of the Satanic Temple versus the city of
Yes.
Boston, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're here because we called for the deposition, correct?
Yes.
And more particularly, we called the city of Boston to send a representative to defend itself against the complaint, and we're going to be talking, generally speaking, about the complaint and answer and the allegations therein. Is that also correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that the subject of dispute is whether the Satanic Temple is entitled to an invitation as opposed to subject to an invitation-only policy with regard to the opening of public proceedings with a legislative prayer?
Could you repeat that?
Sorry. What is your understanding of the nature of the dispute?
My understanding of the nature of the dispute is that the Satanic Temple is suing the city of Boston so that the Satanic Temple can give the invocation.
And you heard the invocation earlier, is that correct?
I did.
Okay. How did the invocation make you feel?
Objection. So she's here for a 30B6 deposition.
Correct.
Her personal thoughts and opinions are not relevant and not part of a 30B6 deposition.
Do you have a rule to support your premise?
Rule 30B6.
What does the text of Rule 30
I don't
say?
have these types of rules offhand, but my position throughout this deposition, so that we're clear, is that Christine will only be answering questions about the topics that we have designated her to testify about.
I mean, yeah, once again, she is the designee of Boston, which means for our purposes, she is the city of Boston. That's who she is. She is the city of Boston. Because the city of Boston has made her her designee, she is the city of Boston. Congratulations, Christine O'Donnell. You are now the city of Boston. So her personal thoughts are kind of neither here nor there here, because she's not here as herself. She's here as the city of Boston. Yeah.
In the 30B6 subpoena.
I respectfully disagree. It's my understanding of 30B6, and I'm quoting here from my 30B6 book, and the title of the book being 30B6, Deposing Corporations, Organizations, and the Government, second edition, by an author whose name I can't pronounce. I'm looking at page 172 now. The title of this section is, What Can You Ask in the Matters of Examination? Given the title of the book, we all know it's about a 30B6 deposition. It states, 30B6 itself does not limit the matters of examination that a requesting party may seek in any way. So your proposition of the law is inconsistent with mine. Do you have authority that overpowers my authority?
So my position is that she's not going to be answering questions that are outside the topic on the 30B6 deposition subpoena.
So
Perhaps it makes sense for us to caucus. Rob and I can caucus, and maybe we need to file a motion with the court to get some parameters on what will govern this deposition, because we're in for a long day if we don't have at least a basic understanding of that.
I thought we just addressed that when I said I'm not going to be doing any harassing, no threats, only questions about this dispute. You guys agreed to all of this. This is about this dispute, is it not?
This dispute in the context of a 30B6 deposition. And I'm not suggesting that you're harassing her. I don't think you intend to do anything like that. But the purpose of a 30B6 is to designate topics.
Yes.
And she is here to testify about the topics for which we have designated her.
Okay, so it seems to me that you're proposing that this is outside of the topics listed in the deposition notice. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, let me pull that up because frankly, I don't remember what it says. And you also invited a possibility of caucusing. Do you guys want to caucus and then caucus off the record, reconvene, and then we can discuss further, or how do you guys want to do it?
Sure. While you review the 30B6 topics, why don't Rob and I go speak, and we'll see how we want to proceed.
Okay.
Okay, the time is 9:49. We're off the record. Okay, we are back on the...
It's 11:30. We spent 2 hours off the record. Okay. Also, what is with this wallpaper and the fireplace?
On the record, the time is 11:37.
Great. Okay. You mentioned earlier that we have invocations at these meetings. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Oops, sorry, I don't have my mic on. Do I need a retake? Yeah. Okay. Great. So meetings happen. It's meetings of the public body. The public body has these meetings for the purpose of voting on things. And is it fair to say that the public body starts its meetings with an invocation?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about these invocations.
So, like I said, the counselors invite someone to give the invocation, and at the beginning before the meeting starts, at the beginning, an invocation is given.
Okay, describe the invocations that are typically given.
So, generally they're relatively short. Some have been a few minutes, but generally they're relatively short, and whoever is giving it, let me backtrack a little bit. The counselor that extends the invitation introduces the individual prior to the individual giving the invocation.
Can I pause you there?
Sure.
What does a typical introduction look like?
The counselor says, oh, I'm here with so-and-so. So-and-so is from wherever. I know so-and-so personally, we've been friends, or I know so-and-so because they do work in my district, or they've done, my constituents are familiar with them, things of that nature.
Okay. And to recap, this is happening at a public proceeding, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They're recorded.
Yeah, and they're on YouTube, we talked about.
Yes.
I happen to have a YouTube ready to go for an example invocation introduction. Let's watch it together.
Sure.
This is well, actually, we don't even need for benefit. Does it have the caption in the official court record? Meaning, like, does it say when this meeting takes place, or do I need to identify that for benefit of the record?
Either way, I'd identify it, by the way. Even if it's in there, I'd still identify it. Even if it's on the video, I'd still identify it. This is the video that was recorded November 9th of 2023. I don't care, and it was taken at about 9 in the morning. I don't care if it's literally embedded on the video. I'm still going to state it orally, because you know what isn't on the record? Like what it looks like, because all the record is from a deposition is what is said. So since the video is not in the deposition, of course I'm going to identify it, because, the deposition has no visual memory.
It says it up there, I believe.
Well, let's just make it easy. This is August 18, 2021, which obviously is after the complaint. If we could press play, please.
Thank you to those from the chamber. Thank you for once again keeping your masks on.
Let's pause here.
You are speaking.
We are presently watching a video with some guy in a suit with red hair talking. He appears to be at the head of the proceeding. Who is this guy?
That is former Councilor Matt O'Malley. He was the council president pro tempore at the time of that meeting, which means because the council president before him was serving as acting mayor at the time. So when the council president becomes acting mayor, the title that we give Councilor O'Malley was vice president of the council, but when he's acting as the president, the title is council president pro tempore.
Latin for literally just temporarily.
Yes.
Okay. So this person is actually administering the proceedings. He's not just some guy. He's the person officiating the proceedings.
I wouldn't use the term officiating, but he's acting as the chair,
yes,
council president, and he also is the District 6 city councilor.
Sorry, that's a translation error. So officiate. What you just said to me is the word officiate.
Okay.
Literally just to administer a matter. So this person is officiating. He's about to introduce someone, presumably. Let's proceed.
Councilors have the right to take him off during their remarks. Folks can watch this council meeting live on YouTube by visiting boston.gov/city-council-tv. We're going to begin, as we always do, with an invocation. I'd like to invite Councilor Wu to please offer remarks introducing the member of the clergy, who she's presented to bless this body as we begin our meeting. So, Councilor Wu, the floor is yours.
Okay, let's pause here. This is now Mayor Wu, correct?
Correct.
And as we see on the subtitles, temporary officiant says she invited this person. She decided, in fact, to invite, as I recall what he said.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Is this phase so far pretty much the norm?
Yes.
Okay, let's continue.
Mr. President, and I'd like to invite Pastor Hall up as I introduce her. I'm so deeply humbled and honored that she's joining us once again
Pause
in
here.
the chamber.
is it normal for an introduction to involve some kind of an endorsement of the person who's being introduced? Humbled and honored.
Objection, answer.
I've heard it said in the past.
I mean,
I don't know if I'd consider that an endorsement. I mean, obviously, if the counselor is extending an invite to somebody, they know the person through various work and things like that. So I would think that that's common speak in the interest of politeness.
okay. And common, though, this is pursuant to the custom.
Well, maybe I should, I've heard it said before. I can't approximate how many times, but I've heard similar language.
Okay.
I'm pleased to have with us, things like that.
Okay. And when you said you've heard it said, but how many of these meetings have you seen personally?
Oh, well, I've been there 11 years, and they're on Wednesdays. We have, give or take, about 25 to 30 a year. So, and I've attended most of them unless I'm on vacation or things like that. So I do, because of my my job.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, you've been there 11 years. There's on the order of 25 to 30 per year. Whatever that math works out to is give or take probably about as many as you've seen.
Yes.
How often can you recall them not including some kind of pleased to introduce, I'm humbled and honored, some kind of, like a welcoming introduction?
I mean, I don't know if I can say an exact amount. Generally, because the counselor brings the person up, they say, I'm inviting so-and-so up, so I don't know how else
That's okay.
they would bring a person up.
And is it fair to say that it's the city of Boston's perspective that obviously they're inviting this person, they literally invited them?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's continue.
That was never in dispute.
Dr. Arlene O. Hall is an ordained minister in the Church of God. She's a native of Jamaica, where she accepted Jesus Christ as her Lord and Savior as a young woman, and since followed God on her.
The banner is covering it, or maybe the subtitles are, but I seem to remember, well, actually, I deduce from the way that she's looking, she appears to be looking down as if at her phone. Is it normal for who would normally write this introductory speech or whatever it is that you want to call it?
It depends on offices. Some counselors write their own notes. Some have a staffer do it and make edits.
Okay.
So it would depend on how Counselor Wu at the time structured her office.
Okay, this was in August of 2021. I designated this deposition in June of 2022, so this is on the order of like 10 months beforehand. Did you talk with any of Mayor Wu's staff at any point?
Are you asking if I talked about this particular meeting?
Just generally, I'm trying to understand her general way of doing things.
I talk to her staff all the time.
Well, remember earlier we talked about you performed some kind of an investigation in preparation for today's meeting. I'm inquiring into whether that deposition included determining whether she normally reads off her own notes or she normally reads off of someone else's given speech.
I did not talk to her staff about that.
Okay, that's fine. Well, hold on now. Let me notate that. Did not talk to staff. Ooh, staff.
Why are you notating this? It's on the record. What's happening?
Okay.
I don't like this attorney very much. I don't like the way this attorney does things very much.
Let's proceed.
Her life at a young age. She has graduated from the Church of God Ministerial Program and has a Master's of Arts degree and Master's of Divinity degree from Gordon Conwell Theological Seminary in Boston.
Pause here.
1999.
She specified a university in Boston, neither of which I'm familiar with. Are these fancy degrees? Is this something that I'm supposed to be impressed by?
Objection.
In your opinion?
You can answer if you can, Christine.
I mean, I don't know. I imagine some people are impressed by advanced degrees.
Well, I'm asking if these are fancy institutions.
Objection. What makes an objection? What makes an objection? What makes an institution fancy? What does that even mean? What does that mean? What does it mean, fancy? What the hell are you talking?
I don't know.
There you go.
Have you heard of these? Have you heard of these institutions?
I have, yes.
Okay. When did you first hear of these institutions?
I can't recall.
When did you most recently hear of these institutions other than
Just now?
I mean, this was, like I said, you know, we're busy in the city of Boston, so I can't remember if I first heard of them then. This was in 2021. Now I'm recalling it, so.
Well, I don't care about this.
I can't recall when I first heard of the institutions.
I more accurately asked you when you most recently, short of hearing it on here.
I cannot recall.
So it's something that without a particular event, you just know what these things are. These institutions that she's describing.
Yeah?
Correct?
I mean, I've heard of them.
Yes.
Famous would be a word that I would use to describe something that I don't need to specifically recall. I just know what it is. Would you describe these institutions as famous?
I don't think that's an apt description of what something is famous. Just because I know what it is doesn't mean that other people know what it is. That's not an accurate description of famous.
No.
No? Okay. What is your definition of famous?
I normally don't think of it, but something that is widely known. But again, famous can be subjective based on an individual's interest.
Okay, so you're eliminating the subjectivity from the matter. How would you describe these institutions that she is designating?
I don't know how I would describe them.
You have no way of knowing how you would describe these institutions that you have no need to specifically recall.
I guess I would describe them as universities.
You just know what it is.
Higher.
You can answer.
Higher educational institutions.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. That's the right answer. That's the right answer. That's how I describe them. Universities. Good answer.
Please continue.
Pastor Hall, along with her husband, Bishop Raymond Hall, answered the call of God and founded Deliverance Temple Worship Center, a dynamic church in the inner city of Boston, Massachusetts. Currently, she serves as founder and lead pastor of DT.
Pause here.
God is transforming the life.
I take note in the subtitles that she's referring to this church as a dynamic church. She's characterizing the church in the course of this speech. Do you take note of this?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, please continue.
Of men and women, positioning them for their destiny. She's a woman of integrity with an engaging and congenial personality. I can vouch for that.
Pause there.
And a unique style of preaching.
In your experience, how frequently do the inviting counselors vouch for the credibility or integrity of the people whom they invite?
Often, because again, like I said, it's by invitation, and the counselors have a personal relationship with the individual or are familiar with them because of work in their district.
Okay. Vouch has a very particular meaning to me, and I don't want to color your understanding of the word. How do you define the word vouch?
That you're standing, that you're attesting to somebody.
Okay, so she is, well, when you say attesting, to me that means just in court. So maybe that's not, maybe that word's not carrying over. What do you mean by attesting to someone's character?
That you know the person.
Well, she's describing the person's character.
Well, my
She invited
definition
the
of
person.
vouch is that I know somebody.
Okay, all right. And so, as the city of Boston's representative, this is your city employee, currently vouching for the integrity of a particular clergy member. How do you respond to the charge that that is a governmental endorsement of a particular religion?
Objection. She's not answering that question.
It's an endorsement of the person. You idiots.
Admit or deny?
Within the scope of the 30v6 deposition topics for which she has been identified.
Admit or deny?
No, she's not answering the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're telling this witness that whether the government endorsed this particular religious belief is outside the scope of this 30B6 examination, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and once again, you don't assert any privilege ground for this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's continue.
Teaching has reached beyond traditional cultural, ethnic, and generational barriers. She has many, many roles also outside the four walls of her church. In addition to being lead pastor, she served on boards in Boston and as well as within the Church of God denomination.
Pause here.
When you talk about leadership,
Is it common for the counselors in these kinds of introductory speeches to make mention that not only is this person that you're about to hear from a religious leader, but they also are a leader in the public as well?
Yes, that is common.
Okay, please continue.
in Boston, especially within the Black church community. A name that consistently surfaces is Dr. Arlene O'Hall. After serving on the board of directors for the Black Ministerial Alliance for over 12 years, in June of 2016, she was voted in a historic move as the first woman and the youngest president to serve as head of the BMA. So very honored she is with us today.
Pause here. Have you heard of this BMA Black, I don't remember the rest of it, but basically whatever this alliance organization is that a public body or is that some non-public charity?
I am not sure. I don't believe it's a public body according to my definition.
Okay, yeah, well, literally, like, is it part of the city is what I'm trying to ask. Like the city organization. Okay, cool. So I didn't hear anything that appeared to be abnormal relative to the norm in this example introductory speech. Do you agree with me that that was a relatively normal speech?
Yes.
Was there anything about that which sets you off as that's abnormal?
That it's what?
Abnormal.
No.
You said it's relatively normal. I just want to, back in it from the other end. It's, this is a normal intro.
Yes.
In other words. Okay,
yes.
Cool. All right. Now let's watch we've seen the introduction. Now let's see how these things usually go. Resume.
Thank you so much, Councillor Wu, for the invite to be with you, President, and to all the members of the Boston City Council. The Lord bless you.
Pause.
I'm grateful.
Pause here.
I think
How often does this begin with some kind of pre-blessing blessing?
So
What?
I can't state a specific time. Like I've said, I've gone.
I'm sorry. What is a pre-blessing blessing? Jason Lizotte for $5 says, Kurt, what is up with the guy asking question? Is he a lawyer? That's what he says. Is this a lot of how depots are conducted? Not really. I'm confused. Thank you. You're not alone. This is a pretty sloppy way of doing a depot.
Let's see how these things usually go. Resume.
Thank you so much, Councillor Wu, for the invite to be with you, President, and to all the members of the Boston City Council. The Lord bless you.
Pause.
I'm grateful.
Pause here.
I think
How often does this begin with some kind of pre-blessing blessing?
I don't even understand the question. I mean, I suppose I do literally, but in no other sense. I'm like, I don't really understand the question. How do you know it's pre-blessing? How do you know it's not part of the blessing? How do you distinguish between pre-blessing and blessing?
So I can't state a specific time. Like I've said, I've gone to numerous of these. They're all recorded. They're all online. So it just depends.
Did you watch any other invocations than what we're watching right now?
Yes, as I said, I've attended pretty much every single meeting since I started in 2011.
I asked a poor question, I apologize. I meant more particularly, did you watch any of these pursuant to your investigation for this particular purpose?
No.
Okay, please continue.
I was with you earlier this year, and that was via Zoom, and so we're grateful for physical presence.
Pause here.
Let us.
She mentions that she's been here earlier this year, which means since this complaint, this person that we're looking at has been here at least 2 times. Do you agree with this?
Yes, and if I could just, I didn't watch any videos, but I reviewed the minutes, which list the clergy. And yes, there are some individuals that have come more than once.
I see. So she's how often is it that people are invited more than once in any given year?
I don't know an exact amount, but there has been times in my research, there may be, probably under 10 people have done it more than once, but there are people that have come more than once, and reasons for that is there's 13 members of the council, there's 4 at-large members, so 4 members are citywide, and there may be times where a citywide councilor and a district councilor have overlap, so
that could be.
Yes.
But you didn't actually talk to Wu's people, so you have no idea whether or not that's actually the case, correct?
I didn't talk to Wu's people about who wrote her notes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you talk to Wu's people about this particular invocation and why this particular person was invited more than once?
No.
I didn't think so. Let's...
How condescending.
You said that there were 10 people over the course of your research that have been invited.
I said approximately. I was trying to give a number based upon my review of the minutes. And I did notice that some people have come more than once.
Do you have a list of, have you taken notes? Did you literally write down the number of people or the identities of said people who have come more than once?
I didn't write them down. I did take some notes, but I didn't write every single one down. But I did notice that there were some people that gave an invocation more than once. I don't know if it was a particular year where it was more than once, or if it was over my course of review that they've come more than once throughout my 11 years of being there.
Okay, you mentioned you took notes. Did you take the notes for the purpose of preparing for this deposition?
I did, yes.
Can I have those notes?
No.
I'll think about that.
Well, you're objecting to it and you're saying you'll think about it.
Well,
I'm not
I'll
sure
think
which it
about
is.
whether we'll produce them.
Okay. When did you create these notes?
Over the course of the last couple of weeks.
Okay. What form are these notes in?
They're handwritten because they're my personal notes.
Handwritten. Well, they're not really your personal notes. They're pursuant to the requirements of your job, correct?
That's a fair
Okay,
point.
so they're handwritten notes made because...
Well, actually, it's not the requirement of my job. I was taking them in preparation for this deposition.
Well, yeah, but you're here for the purpose of the deposition,
Yes.
right? Who told you that you have to be the person who's doing this?
I was designated as the person on City Council Central staff that can speak to the policies of how the invocation is given.
So you're talking about central staff. What is central staff?
Central staff is where I work. We work, there's 10 of us about that work for all 13 counselors.
Okay, so it's just like literally central staff. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Other than you, who other kinds of people are on this central staff?
We have a technology person, we have a budget person, and we have legislative aides.
Do you have? Oh, sorry.
That they help with committee hearings and things like that.
Do legislative aides have any notes or anything to the effect of, basically, is there anything relevant to this dispute within central staff's
No.
records?
No.
Okay, you guys did a comprehensive sweep of everything, then I have everything of relevance?
Yes.
Other than your notes?
Yes.
Okay, so you made this, so you were designated, you emphasize, or rather I emphasize, you were passive tense designated. Who designated you?
Well, for certain subject matters, I was designated.
I understand that. It's been made abundantly clear that for certain matters you were designated. I'm asking who designated you? Who made the decision to designate you?
When I met with council and I explained what I did, it was agreed by the president of the city council and in discussions with our council that I would be the one designated for these topics.
I honestly don't know what you're saying. I'm asking who is the person who told you that you have to do this? Did you volunteer or were you directed to do it?
I mean, I volunteered based on my role for the city council.
Okay, so...
And in discussions with the city's lawyers in preparation for this.
Who cares?
And to recap, you are an agent of the city, and also you made these...
Yes, she's an agent of the city.
Pursuant to your agency and more importantly pursuant to the greater purpose of preparing for this here deposition,
yes.
Correct? Okay. And so to recap, they're handwritten notes. They were made within the past 2 weeks. Where are these notes?
They're in my office.
Okay, so you
And they're not complete, by the way. I just reviewed, I was going through past minutes from years 2011 to 2015, just to refresh my memory.
Yeah.
So they're not complete. They're very, just so I would have a track in my memory. So they're not complete.
Well, if you're anything like me, your notes are nothing more than chicken scratch anyway. I'm just saying that that's what my notes are. I'm not suggesting that yours are. I'm just saying that those are mine.
Probably.
So 2 weeks, handwritten notes. You are the custodian?
Yes.
Okay. I'm notifying you now. Please don't shred those. Please don't lose those. I will be seeking those pursuant to the rules of discovery.
Fine.
Okay. So returning back to central staff, there's on the order of 10 people. Wait, no, we don't need, we're done with that. Okay. Let's continue.
Pray. I want to ground our time of prayer in the Old Testament text of 1 Chronicles 12, verse 32, and it tells us that the men of Issachar had an understanding of the times. They knew what...
Hey, thank you for buying one of our items on our store. That's really cool. The white ceramic mug with the color inside. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for buying it. And yeah, I appreciate that.
Translation said, the signs of the time with knowledge of what to do. They knew the best course to take. Let us pray. Father God, I thank you for these your servants that have answered the call to...
She is directing this blessing to the people who vote on public matters, correct?
You're asking if she's addressing it to them?
She's literally blessing those people. The body public, which is being met, she's literally blessing the proceedings. You understand this, right?
Yes.
I don't know if
you can answer.
I don't know if I'd classify it as that.
She's said, let us pray like 3 times in the past, I don't know, minute or so that she's been talking. You would not characterize let us pray as a blessing?
No.
How would you describe it?
I look at it, it's a time to, before the proceedings for government work start, it's a time to recognize the seriousness of the proceedings. That's how I look at it.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, we did the same thing here. This is an analogous concept that both of our separate institutions follow. Mm-hmm. I get that. That's not the question posed. The question posed is, how is this not a blessing?
I don't interpret it like that.
Are you going to make this if it goes to trial? It didn't. The city of Boston won. At the end of this, we will reach the court's decision. It never made it to trial. They got their asses handed to them in the prelims, which is not surprising. But we'll read the decision at the end of this, if we get that far. And I'm still, conscious.
Would you interpret what we just did as a blessing at the beginning of this thing?
Objection. You can answer that question.
I don't.
Okay. How would you describe what we did earlier?
Having a moment to come together before a proceeding is started.
Okay. Having a moment before the proceeding has started is how you describe a blessing?
And this is different than what you're showing on video.
Why is it
what we're
different?
doing right now is different than what we're at a deposition.
Yeah.
This is a city council that is at their regular meeting where they're voting on city matters. So in my opinion, that is different to me.
Do you know why we're entitled to require you guys to be here?
Objection.
Question posed.
Yes.
Why are we entitled to be here?
Be under the deposition, the 30B6, I believe, is the site.
Okay, and why do those rules require you guys to come here?
Objection. Matt,
you know?
she's not going to answer these questions. They have nothing to do with the reason.
She's a lawyer. She knows how to say.
I'm not a
that-
litigator. I told you that.
Okay, so let's start with the basics. Are you familiar with the text of the First Amendment?
Objection. Matt.
Yes or no?
She's not answering questions about. I've given, I think, significant leeway about general background questions, but Christine's not here to talk about her understanding of the law. It has no relation to the topics for which she's been designated.
Why?
Correct. At the risk of stating the obvious, she is the client in this capacity. She's the city of Boston. She's the client. She's been designated to answer questions by the city of Boston in this respect. She's the city of Boston. She's here to speak to facts, not law. Right. She's not here as a lawyer. So, and also, like, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter, right? You get the facts out and then you make the legal argument. It's pretty much universally a bad idea to try to get the person you're talking to give you the legal conclusion. In almost any context, it's a bad idea. You don't want them to. You don't want them to because it's the one question too many. You don't want to give them the ultimate question. You want them to give you all the pieces so that you can make the ultimate conclusion at the end. You don't want to ask them the ultimate question because they're going to fight you and they're going to disagree with you and you're just going to wind up undoing all your work. So it's almost universally a bad idea to ask someone the ultimate legal question, unless, of course, they're your expert. Johnny bought a thing, Learning from the Misfortunes of Others, bought a mug. That's cool, Johnny. Hope you like the Learning from the Misfortunes of Others mug. That's cool. Yeah, so just ask her the facts. Just ask her the facts. And so asking for her legal conclusions is neither here nor there. She's the client. Oh my God. Yeah, and also you don't ask the question to which you don't know how they'll answer. That's also a pretty good thing. I mean, that's a little bit less true in a deposition. So you don't necessarily need to know the answer in the deposition. That's one of the reasons depositions exist. So you can definitely stray from the I don't know what answer they're going to give me, because sometimes the answer is less important than the fact that they lock themselves into an answer. So you don't necessarily need to know what answer they're going to give you, because one, that's one of the purposes for the deposition in the first place, and two, the very fact that they give you any answer locks them into a story. But yeah. My husband since was deposed as a physician because the attorneys have to pay up front for the first hour a large sum. They don't mess around. Yeah, that too.
Why is that not literally the subject matter of this dispute?
It's not.
She's not here to testify about the subject matter of this dispute. She's here to testify about the topics for which she has been designated.
That was a mistranslation. It was my intended purpose that you would be discussing the topics of this dispute, the subject matter of the dispute. In my opinion, all of these questions go to the ultimate question of fact, which is, did the city discriminate, yes or no? Y'all posit no, we posit yes. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in between the yes and the no so that we can see if we can at least join minds and understand what we're arguing about. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Your position is, no, we're not here. We are doing literally the least that we can get away with under the rules, correct?
I am following the rules. I'm following the rules of what a 30B6 deposition is. And so I'm limiting her testimony to the topics for which she has been designated. And I appreciate that you have a different understanding, but that's my position on the record.
I understand that's your on-record position. I just want to make sure one more point is abundantly clear. You are not asserting a privilege. You're just telling her not to answer, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. You, Nicole O'Connor, specifically, are directing this witness specifically not to answer this question, even though you don't have a privilege argument. Correct?
I'm instructing her not to answer questions outside the scope of her designated topics, and I think I've given significant leeway where appropriate to be reasonable, but I think we're going down avenues that are not productive.
Well, I'm asking a yes/no question because I'm trying to find the point of impasse.
I can only answer the best I can.
Well, I asked you a yes/no question.
I'm not here to answer your questions.
Well, then that means we're not at the point of impasse.
We don't, this isn't some sort of proceeding where we need to reach points of impasse. You know my position. She's not answering questions about the legalities of certain things, and if you have a next question, I think now's the time to ask it.
I think that's what the misunderstanding is. I'm not asking her legal opinion. I'm literally asking her definitionally. I asked a question that used the word blessing. She's disagreeing with me about the word blessing. This is why I try to avoid semantics games. She said no. I don't see how it's different. I'm asking her to substantiate her no.
And her personal opinion as to whether this is a blessing or not is not within the scope of the 30B6.
Well, then I'm getting confused about your understanding of 30B6 because her role in your mind seems to dance whether or not you want her to give me the answer.
It doesn't. I'm giving some leeway on, she knows a lot about these hearings having sat in them.
It's fine. All right. My client's representative informs me to tell you that Mally, I wanted to have this as a surprise for trial, but since
What surprise?
I'm having to spoil the surprise anyway, he literally called it a blessing. All right, do we need to rewind and go rewatch him call it a blessing, or can we get over this blessing and pass with semantics?
She can answer the questions how she sees fit. She doesn't answer them to reach the conclusion that you want her to reach. She, in her opinion, said that this wasn't a blessing. Okay, her opinion not only is not relevant to her 30B6 topics, but her opinion is what it is. So that's her answer to the question. You are here to ask questions, and she is here to give her answers. Whether you like her answers or not is not the question for today.
I disagree. That's literally our role here. That's what a deposition is. Let's rewind.
He doesn't understand what a deposition is. And also, the city of Boston is right. Their attorneys more properly are correct. Counsel for the city of Boston is correct. Like, her perceptions are not the relevant issue. Like, what she thinks. Like, personally, it doesn't matter what she thinks personally. She doesn't consider it a blessing. Apparently, someone in the city council called it a blessing. Okie dokie. Isn't that like all you need? Why do you care what she thinks? If someone in the city of, if someone in the proceeding called it a blessing, just let's go roll that beautiful beam footage. And isn't it true that so-and-so called it a blessing? Yes. Great. Moving on. This is below debate club standards. I agree. This is painful to watch. I agree. He doesn't understand what a deposition is. A deposition is you answer questions. You ask questions. She's here as the city of Boston. She has no feelings. She's the city of Boston. She has no feelings. She's here to answer questions of fact. Did someone call it a blessing? Do you have proof of it? You can ask her that. That'd be great. Oh my God. Yeah.
Let's watch him say blessing, and then let's have you say it's not a blessing.
Well, you can ask her, did she say it's a blessing? That's a fair question, but whether Christine feels it's a blessing is an entirely different question.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with counsel. Did so-and-so call it a blessing is an entirely different question from whether or not Christine, the opponent, considers a blessing. That is entirely different. I agree with counsel.
Christine's not talking today. The city of Boston is talking through Christine today.
We're at a fundamental.
That's the problem. That's exactly the problem. You're right. Christine isn't talking. You're correct. The city of Boston is talking. Correct. So why do you keep asking her what she thinks?
I agree with that she has been designated on certain topics, but whether this constitutes a blessing, in Christine's opinion, is not a question before these 30B6 topics.
I see. Okay, so I'm stuck with the 30B6 matters of designation when you don't want me to go outside of that, but I'm also stuck outside of the 30B6 matters of deposition when I'm talking to Christine. So I'm stuck with her personal knowledge pursuant to her investigation. I'm not allowed to ask the things that I want to know from the person.
You can ask about what she knows. You can ask about what she knows. Those are facts.
Who the city of Boston sent here to talk about the subject matter of this case.
If you had issued a subpoena in her personal capacity or in her individual capacity, sure, those questions would be appropriate, perhaps. But she wasn't designated on those topics.
So maybe the confusion goes like this. City of Boston.
The only confusion is yours. And normally the next word in that sentence would have been counselor, but I feel dirty using the word counselor. Okay.
Boston, I speak to you through this human who stands before me. Let's watch your employee call this a blessing first.
Fine.
Rewind, I don't know. Let's just go back to about five-ish. Right before Wu starts starting. A little bit further. More like 4:30. All right, take note, everyone. We're at 7. A little bit more. That's fine. Let's just start here.
At 4:30 or 4:07?
4:07 is fine. Okay, let us resume.
Mark's introducing the member of the clergy, which is to bless this body as we begin our meeting.
Pause.
Councillor Wood.
Did anyone else in the room take notice how he emphasized the word bless?
That's not the question. That's the wrong question. Here's the right question. Did X call it a blessing? Yes. Moving on. Not did anyone notice the emphasis on the blessing. First of all, only she can testify because she's the only one here to testify. So I don't even know what room he's talking about. Is he talking about the council room? How can she possibly speak to what other people perceived or not? That doesn't even make sense. She also can't speak to how anyone in the room she's deposing speak to it or not, and you can't ask any of those people because they're not the deponent. That's not the right question. You were so close. The right question is, did person X call it a blessing? Yes. Great. And that should have been the question 20 minutes ago, rather than any of this.
I did. Did you, City of Boston, notice that your employee emphasized the word bless?
I just heard him say that, yes.
I see. And City of Boston, would you also agree that this, in fact, is a blessing?
Objection.
Yes or no?
No, her personal opinion is irrelevant.
I'm not talking to Christine. I'm talking to the City of Boston that hovers over her.
But
City
she
of
is
Boston,
not designated on those topics, and Matt, this is not productive. So if you want to seek leave of court to perhaps put some parameters on what our understanding of what this deposition is, you know my position, I know your position, we don't have the same position. So continuing to go down this road is neither productive, helpful, or productive use of anyone's time.
I agree.
So you've got my objection on the record. If you would like to revisit that in court, you are certainly welcome to do so, but the next question, please.
Thank you. City of Boston, is this in fact a blessing?
Objection. So if we are going to continue to do this, I'm telling you that we're going to leave.
I'm confused. I'm asking a different question from my prior one that you just objected to. Is there something that I'm misunderstanding about
Ask your question again. Let me hear it.
City of Boston, do you bless your meetings?
That's a fair question.
Yes or no?
No.
You do not. Okay. Let us continue. Back at 7, though. 7 minutes. 6:57. That's fine. Whatever. 7. I'm sure she's saying nothing of importance. That's good. 6:49. That's good too.
You see what you did wrong there? You see what you did wrong there? You tried to get the ultimate. You tried to force her to ask the ultimate question. You tried to ask her the ultimate question. You see how you screwed that up? By trying to ask her the ultimate question? Rather than just asking her the pure fact question. Did so-and-so say it's a blessing? Yes. Ultimate question. City of Boston, do you bless your meetings? No. You see how you screwed up? You see how you screwed up by trying to ask the ultimate question? Don't ask the ultimate question. Just
Let us pray. Father God, I thank you for these your servants that have answered the call to serve the city of Boston.
And at the risk of pointing out the obvious, by the way, those are two different things. Because whether so-and-so called it a blessing and whether the city of Boston considers it a blessing are two different things. Yeah, this person said blessing. Does the city of Boston give blessings? No. We don't agree with what that person said. Wow. Amazing. Deep. Yeah, they said it's a blessing. We don't think that. Yeah.
Thank you for this unique time that you have blessed us with, and you have endowed us with the wisdom and the knowledge and the understanding, oh God, to know what to do. So today, as I pray for each member of the Boston City Council, I ask you, like the men of Issachar of old, that you will give these women and men understanding of the different neighborhoods, understanding of the unique culture of Boston, understanding of the problems that we face and the problems that they need.
In the past 45 seconds, I've heard her call the counselors your servants. She's called this a blessing, and she has requested that God literally endow his servants with knowledge. Have you heard all those things, or do we need to rewatch the last 45 seconds?
I heard it.
Okay, please continue.
Father God.
You didn't have to be quite so condescending in your question there, counselor.
To work through understanding and the best course to take, the best decision to make for each, Lord, community. I pray today that as they deliberate the business of today, that you will endow them with the wisdom, the knowledge that they need to make the right decision. Holy Spirit, we invite you.
Where are we at? 8:09. In the past, call it 35 seconds, I've heard this person with an emphatically impassionate voice describe this current speech as a prayer. She has once again recited that the counselors require God's wisdom and knowledge to do their basic governmental tasks. And I believe I remember somewhere in here I heard the word need, so I just want to emphasize that the word need is in here. They need God to do their job. Is that correct? From the city of Boston's perspective, is it correct that the government needs God to do its job?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Answering that question.
You are not answering that question.
I am not on the advice of counsel.
Okay, and once again, on advice of counsel, you're not answering it even though there is no privilege, correct?
Yes,
It's not within the scope of the 30B6 topics,
Okay.
correct.
Continuing forward.
To give them the wisdom that they do not possess within themselves, that as they trust you, as they allow you to lead them, that they, Father God, will be
I don't really know how any of these questions are even relevant to the ultimate question of anything. Whether the answer is yes or no, I still don't really know how the answer. Okay. Yeah.
confident in the course that they will take. I ask you that you will watch over each person and their families. We pray that you will come.
Why is the government inviting someone to bless the counselors' families?
Objection.
It happened. We see that it just happened. Why is the government doing that?
Objection. So that's again not
Topic that's designated on the 30B6 subpoena.
Do I really need to go read through my 30B6 to go find something that sounds a lot like, I want to inquire as to why you guys have this policy? Because I can do that. We can do it off the record too, if y'all don't mind.
Why you have the policy of what?
Having this person come up here, deliver an impassioned plea to God that the servants, which is to say our public employees, be endowed with knowledge and wisdom that they otherwise lack. Why is that a thing? I can look through the 30B6 depot, or you guys can answer the question, which is your preference.
Why don't you explain to me where you see that in the 30B6 deposition subpoena?
Let's take a break. I will go find it and highlight very many instances in which I can do that.
Great.
Okay, the time is 12:17. We're off the record.
I don't like this attorney. I don't like the way he asks questions. He's so condescending. It's not, I'm not even sure it's arrogance. Arrogance seems slightly off, although it might be arrogance. I don't know. Just feels like I need another word for it. Just condescension, derision, berating. Like, yeah, they have to go there.
Okay, we are back on the.
Snotty. Yeah, I like that, Billy. That's a good word. Yeah, snotty. I like snotty. Yeah, it's a very snotty. I like that word.
Record, the time is 12:17.
Okay, taking note of the 30B6 notice, paragraph 3 states as follows. A background on the city's invocation policy ceremony, or invocation ceremony, including without limitation, when it first arose, we've covered that, what legal challenges, if any, it has faced over time. Very interested in hearing about that. How, if at all, the invocation ceremony has changed over time. Sounds like the answer is not. How, if at all, any policies, practices, or customs surrounding the ceremony has changed over time. Employee, what has it changed over time to the best of your knowledge, or has it pretty much been the same?
It's been the same.
Okay. The bases for limiting who may participate. Why won't you invite TST? What is your basis, or plural bases?
So she can't answer specifically as to TNT, but she can answer in general why.
Sorry to interject. It's the Satanic Temple, not TNT, TST.
I apologize if I misspoke.
Please continue.
She can answer as to the bases for why any entity is, or why any entity is limited from participating.
Where in paragraph 3, which states a background on the city's invocation policy ceremony, suggesting to you that I'm asking about other people's ceremonies, which is not the subject matter of this dispute?
That's literally the question on the thing. The city is Boston. What is the city of Boston's policies as it relates to the invocation ceremony? That's general by its nature. What is the general policy? That's what the question is.
To me, this reads as a general, you want to know the general background on the city's invocation ceremony process and who is invited to participate and who isn't.
You just said the city. Who is the city in this context?
Boston.
I am not answering your questions, Matt. I don't.
Well, then she will answer my question.
I'm fundamentally confused. I'm really not trying to be difficult. I think this is all really straightforward, and I would really love for her to answer the questions.
Okay, let's recap.
She can certainly answer how the city determines who may or may not participate in the invocation process.
I designated the bases for the city to limit who may participate in the city's invocation ceremony. That's part of paragraph 3. You're not going to get away with that one. No one's getting away with that one.
No one's trying to get away with anything. I'm trying to be clear about what your position is during
Your position has been made adequately clear. Let's restate the question. City of Boston, who brought this human here to talk about this very subject matter pursuant to a 30b6 deposition in which I stated that I want to know the bases for you, City of Boston, to limit who may participate. I demand that you tell me now where are your bases.
We have to give respect to the witness, and I appreciate that you're very excited about this topic, but she can certainly answer how invocation speakers are selected and when they may or may not participate. That's a fair question that you just asked, but I'm asking that you please show some respect to the witness, and you don't need to issue demands. She is more than happy to answer your question.
This is a legal demand. Y'all are not here of your own accord. You are here because I demanded, pursuant to a complaint, that you come here. You acquiesced. You brought this one. This one is to speak to the bases for limiting who may participate. So that one is.
You brought this one? It's a pretty condescending way to refer to the deponent. You brought this one? Woof.
Is telling me that this one will not answer.
Please, this is Christine O'Donnell. I'm Nicole O'Connor. You can call me Nicole, but you can't refer to me as this one. I'm really uncomfortable with the way that this deposition is unfolding. I'm really trying to have our witness answer your questions, but we can't do it disrespectfully.
Then I need a break.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well, this attorney sucks. This attorney sucks. And he's taking it way too personally, and he doesn't know how to answer. He doesn't know how to ask questions. He doesn't know how to ask questions. It's not that hard, guys. It's not that hard. Just ask questions. Just ask fact questions. Okay. What is your policy as it relates to invocation of prayers? How did that policy come about? Who decided on that policy? Were there other policies considered at any point? Has anyone ever proposed an alternative policy? Are you aware of any other cities and their policies maybe? I don't know.
Okay, the time is 12:21. We're off the record. Okay, we are back on the record. The time is 12:31.
Okay. Off the record, I apologize for my errant ways. Once again, looking you both in the eyes, I apologize sincerely. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The subject of dispute is basically I'm coloring outside the lines of my 30b6 notice. So that being the case, specifically with regard to, quote, the bases for limiting who may participate, end quote, which is more particularly included with the term, a, quote, a background on the city's invocation ceremony, end quote. My question to you is whether there are bases for limiting who may participate. Yes or no?
It's by invitation. So
There
the
you
limit
go.
would be if you don't get an invitation, you don't give the invocation.
So the answer is yes, and the basis is singular, which is you were not invited.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
All right. And as I recall, earlier you said you investigated how and why a particular speaker is selected in the course of preparing for this deposition. Is that correct?
I didn't investigate how or why. Oh, well, if you're asking, I asked staffers of city councilors how a councilor determines who they invite. Is that what you're asking?
That is what I'm trying to ask. Nicole, may I rephrase it as I see fit, or am I bound to the language? Yep. Basically, what I'm trying to get at here is pursuant to your earlier conversation here, you got here. Before you got here, you did an investigation. That investigation included talking to people. Did you talk to the people for your investigation why a particular matter or why a particular speaker is selected, or any permutation in your mind thereof?
I asked how a councilor determines who they're going to invite for the invocation.
Okay, pause there. And why? Did you ask why? Yes or no?
I did not, because that answer was part of the answer that the staff person gave me.
So I tasked you with giving me how and why a particular speaker is selected. You went out, you found how, you did not investigate why. Is that correct?
The response from the staff persons that I asked said, oh, it's someone that the counselor has a personal relationship with, or does work within our district, or has done work with our constituents.
Okay, and
so that would be the why. That would be why counselor extends an invitation to somebody.
Yes, thank you. That sounded like a quote. Were you given a quote, or is this just you referencing your prior statement?
It's not a quote, it's me summarizing the question that I asked the staffers.
Okay, so you had some kind of a dialogue with staffers.
Yes.
Minimally, you asked a question. Did you get one statement or more than one statement in return?
I asked more than one staffer, so yes, more than one statement.
Did you ask each staffer, let's do it like this. How did you ask each staffer this question?
I asked, how does the counselor determine who to invite for the invocation?
In what form? What form was this inquiry made? Was it spoken, written, or something else?
Spoken.
Okay, so you met with them in person, or did you talk to them on the phone, or was this some other means of?
It was in person.
Okay, when was this meeting?
Wasn't.
Well, at least he's getting closer to being able to ask questions. Oh, I guess that's an improvement.
Meeting. It was just a conversation, probably about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so give or take 2 weeks ago, did you guys all meet in one place? Because you mentioned you talked to multiple staff, plural staff people.
Talked to a couple of people.
Okay, who were the two people that you talked to?
Amanda Curley.
Oops. How do I spell Curley?
C-U-R-L-E-Y.
E-Y, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just for sake of good notes, A-N-D-A. Okay, so you talked to Amanda. Who else did you?
Sophia Wang.
Sophia Wang. Okay, who is Amanda Curley in the organization?
Amanda Curley is the chief of staff for Counselor Baker.
Chief Staff Baker. K-E-R?
Yes.
Okay. Sophia Wang is?
She is the policy director for Counselor Flynn.
Director for F-L-Y-N-N. And it's the city's position that the councilors basically the councilors have, whatever it is that they do, that's up to them. That's pretty much the custom, is that correct? In terms of extending invites, each person does whatever they feel like, is essentially?
Yes.
Okay. You talked to two, by my count, counselors for a time period, an agreed time period, discoverable scope of 2011 until minimally the date of the complaint. although that's subject of dispute as well. How many counselors have been, employed by the city during that time frame?
So there has been a lot of turnover.
Yeah.
The city council their election is every 2 years. It's a 2-year term. So since I started in 2011, all of the counselors are gone since I first started in 2011.
Oh.
It's all new counselors right now.
Okay.
So part of the reason why I reached out to those 2 counselors' offices, Counselor Baker started in 2012, 2013. Okay. And although Counselor Flynn is a newer counselor, I believe his first term was 2018, I think, but he is the council president, so that is my reasoning for speaking to those 2 offices.
So he's the council president?
Councilor Flynn is the council president, yes.
Okay.
The council president.
So Flynn is currently the council president,
Yes.
correct? When did he first become council president?
This year.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yes.
Council pres. All right. You gave me beginning dates for both Baker and Flynn. Are they still?
Approximately.
Well, yeah, obviously. Yeah, everything's approximate. I'm not playing semantics games here. Give or take 2012, that's what the squiggly line means for my purposes. Are they still counselors, though?
Yes.
Okay. Present and present. Okay, so you talked to Flynn to determine how Flynn does things, but you did not talk to anyone else, it seems, or other than Baker.
No.
Okay. All right. Turning once again back to here. All right. Why didn't you talk to anyone other than Flynn's people?
Well, I talked to Councilor Baker's people because, again, he's been there the longest now, and Councilor Flynn because he's the council president.
Oh. So
and as I said previously, I've attended the meetings, so I can see from the introduction, and I know that the policy is based on invitation, and that's why I'm here to discuss that policy. So I spoke to those 2 offices just to get an idea how their counselors pick the individual that gives the invocation.
You specify how, but I also charged you with specifying why.
And again, I feel that I answered that. It's individuals that the counselors have a relationship with, and it's by invitation.
Well, sorry,
I feel that the counselors are the only ones that can speak to why they're asking somebody. I can infer based on the invites that it's people that they know because of a personal relationship or work they do within the city.
Yes, but that's an inference, and as their employer who has charged them to do certain tasks for your business purposes, that I posit is a material aspect of the agency, seeing as how you, 30B6 witness, are unable or unwilling to testify to that effect. Would you agree then that I need to talk to the individual counselors, each?
Yes.
Okay. In order to be more to make a better record, I heard yes. I interpreted that to mean yes for the particular purpose of why are they not inviting TST? Why are they inviting these other people? For example, I would need to talk to Wu about this particular person and why Wu in particular would not invite TST, correct?
Wu didn't invite TST. There was never an invite.
I understand. The why question is addressed to Wu, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Who would I talk to in Wu's office or on Wu's behalf in order to get her deposition set up, because we only have like 2 months left in discovery?
Objection. I mean, I'm happy to coordinate
Okay.
sort of information. I don't think Christine will do it.
You can ask her.
You don't gotta call an objection, you can just...
Okay.
Okay. All right. I bring that up because words like objection have a tendency to get me riled up. I'm trying to keep it down.
It's just pretty standard.
Have a tendency to, all right. I bring that up because words like objection have a tendency to get me riled up. I'm trying to keep it down.
Pretty standard.
Okay. All right, and I also see on my handy list here, paragraph 4, city's record-keeping policies surrounding payment to guest speakers at the invocation policy, which presupposes that this person, who is presently blessing the proceedings, although that's subject to dispute, Wu invited this priest, and this priest is paid by the city for speaking at this event. Is that correct?
The people that give the invocation are no longer paid.
No longer paid. When did that stop?
I believe it stopped in 2016 or 2017. I'm not sure of the actual year.
How do you know that they stopped being paid?
Because again, I was in my same job, and the staff director at the time informed us that the clergy weren't being paid anymore.
2016 or 2017. That was the time frame that people stopped getting paid. Is that correct?
Yes, that was when now Mayor Wu was council president.
That coincides with TST's first request to TST to demand basically an invitation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it because of TST's demand?
It was looked at and considered best practice to stop the stipend.
I understand, but did the process of looking at the process of whether we are giving money to these priests, was that occasioned by TST's demand for invite?
Yes, the policy was looked at then.
Okay. So just to make a cohesive sentence, in 2016, TST demanded an invite of the city council. City council goes to you requesting a legal opinion as to whether they have to. Is there any wrong
I was not involved in that decision whether or not to stop the payment. I was not involved in it.
I was mistaken. I'm so sorry. So TST demanded an invite in 2016. I was confused as to which one you opined as to the city doesn't have to extend an invite. That was 2018.
Yes.
So there have been at least 2 demands for invitation. Do you know how many times TST has legally demanded an invite?
I do not.
Okay. If I told you it's at least 3, does that sound like something you can disprove? As we sit here today?
No, that seems reasonable. I don't.
Okay.
Again, I'm not aware how many times.
Okay. That's fine. I don't really care about the number anyway. So TST first issues a demand in 2016, which prompts a process of reviewing its prior policy to avoid a subject lawsuit not unlike this one because of TST's legal demand. And it seems, from my perspective at least, and I'm curious as to your position on the matter, it seems like it was for the purpose of either avoiding or winning a lawsuit not unlike this one.
Objection.
City of Boston, do I need to have your employee speak to this matter?
Objection. You can answer if you can.
I object to this if you can business. She knows.
Give me 1 second. Someone at my door. 1 second. Apparently Uncivil forgot to pay his rent. So, well, what can you do? It's not the first time. Yeah, something about their system is a problem. It's just annoying because I have to pay them like 10% more, which is annoying. Yeah, it's a 3-day notice to quit. But I pointed out to them, like, I'm already moving out of your apartment at the end of the month. So, because they're like, well, we'd have to file eviction proceedings. I'm like, well, since I already am moving out the end of the month, your eviction proceedings are going to be a little bit hard to get done in time. So we were having a cute little discussion. Of course I'm going to pay them. I was just like having fun with them. Pressing on.
Knows that she can answer my questions if she can.
Can you repeat your question?
Was the purpose of reviewing the determination to pay these priests part of a purpose of avoiding liability?
They don't use last month deposit for my last month. They never got they never got a deposit in the first place. I'd have to double check how much my deposit was in the first place, but it wasn't an entire month's rent. It was probably $500, if that. Yeah, they never got a deposit of that amount in the first place. So yeah, they don't. So I owe them more than the deposit they have. So no. Yeah, my credit is fantastic. So they don't require first month, last month, kind of thing, because my credit is unbelievable. So, yeah. So they don't have the money in the first place because I have really good credit. Yeah.
Thereby avoiding a court order requiring TST to have an invitation. Is that why you guys did your review?
Objection.
The review was done, and again, I did not conduct this review.
I mean, she's completely right, by the way, of course. My landlord is right. I do owe her the money. We have a contract. Now, I think it's partially their fault that I didn't pay them because their system's a little weird sometimes. But this is like the second or third time this has happened because of this, because their system's a little weird and funky. But in any case, they are correct, right? Regardless of what happened and sort of whose fault it is, they are correct, right? I owe them rent. I do have an obligation to pay them. I do have a contractual agreement. They are entitled to money. So they are correct that they're entitled to money. So of course I'm going to pay my debt. We were just having a discussion. We're just having discussion for fun because, that's how I roll. So it's like, yeah, they're like, well, it's a 3-day notice to quit and then we'll evict you. And I'm like, well, you're going to have a real hard time doing that, seeing as I'm moving out at the end of the month anyway. So you're going to have a real hard time getting those eviction proceedings done. And they're like, are you saying you're not going to pay? I'm like, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to have fun. So I don't know. I have a strange sense of fun. What can you do?
But the review of the policy of paying the people given the invocation was looked at, and it was determined that it was best practice to stop the stipend.
Okay. And City of Boston, was it, is it your testimony as we sit here today that since approximately 2016, let's book into 2018, people have not been getting paid since at least going back to 2018-ish?
Correct, and I'm pretty sure it was 2017. So I'm pretty sure you can settle on that it was okay. 2017 was when the payment stopped.
Okay, who made that decision?
At the time, it was Council President Wu.
Oh, so Councilor Wu here, who invited this particular person, I should probably ask her why she decided to turn off this money thing.
Yes.
Okay, let us proceed.
Yeah, there's plenty of money in my account. Just for some reason, it didn't automatically withdraw. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's not that there's not money in my account, so something went wrong on the system's back end. All right, well, what can you do? Kurt gaslighting till the end? You guys are impossible.
Oh, sorry. It's hard to use a laptop mouse, guys, bear with us.
Over them in their going out, in their coming in. I pray that you'll watch over their children, watch over their household, and we pray especially for the city of Boston as they, Father God, lead and deliberate today, that every step they take, every agenda item, you will be involved. For they, Lord Father, will have ears to hear what you are saying. Give them ears to hear what the saying. Give them eyes to see even beyond the physical. Give them vision, we pray, not just for today, but for the years ahead. So I ask you that you will grant the peace that passeth all understanding, that will guard their hearts in Christ Jesus. They will not lean on their own understanding, but in all their ways, in all their doing, in all their discussion, they will acknowledge you and allow you to direct their path. We thank you for hearing us now, in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go to my landlord tomorrow and ask them about this, because on my end, it looks like there's not auto pay set up, but I could have sworn I set it up. I'm so confused.
Jesus the Christ. Amen and amen.
Amen. All right. Pause, please. All right.
Wait, so was that him saying amen? Was that the attorney saying amen just now? That what?
So, going...
And for hearing us now, in the name of Jesus the Christ. Amen and amen.
Amen. All right.
What a condescending prick.
Pause, please. All right, so going back to this matter, I have a lot of follow-up questions about this. I feel like you're not the right person for me to talk to. Should I talk to Michelle Wu about this?
Probably depends on the question.
Oh, do we want to go through that? Okay, that felt a lot like proselytizing to me. What say you, City of Boston?
So yes, objection. That is not a question that Christine can answer.
Okay.
30v6 topics.
I can go through the list, or that's basically the topic. Okay. All right. Now, I feel like this is a good time for lunch unless the witness would like to proceed.
It's totally up to Christine.
It is entirely up to you, Christine.
I mean, I'm fine with...
You can break now, you can go for another half hour if you wanted, you could, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, the next phase of things will be public input to counselors. It's probably going to run into another impasse. Suffice it to say, we're just going to look at them. I'm not going to get too detailed on it. I feel like I have a lot of why questions that are really better addressed to Wu, so I'm just going to leave those for her. How about we just take a look at the emails and then call it a day?
Sure.
Okay.
Sound good?
Sure.
All right. Let's just drop this YouTube thing. We now have some emails that we've received through Discovery. To recap, Christine, you looked at the Discovery, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Even if this is his first deposition ever, it really shouldn't be this hostile. He should have come in with a list of questions based on the thing. It shouldn't be this hostile. He needs to tone it way down. He needs to tone it way down. I've actually never done my own deposition before. I've participated in depositions, but I've never been lead in a deposition. But, like, dude, come on. I mean, come on.
And more particularly, I apologize, Discovery is a legal jargon term. Could you please explain to the congregants what it means to have Discovery?
Once again, you, the person asking this question, are the Satanic Temple. Why don't you explain it to them? You are, after all, their lawyer. You know what would be really good? To explain to the Satanic Temple what a deposition or what a subpoena or what anything is. You know who would be really good for that? You, the person asking the question. You're an attorney, right? What? And you? Why don't you explain it to them?
Objection, you can answer.
My understanding is that it's requests for information and documents before litigation or during litigation.
Is it?
Again, I'm not a litigator, so I'm not familiar with the proper terms.
That's okay. If I dispute any part of what you have to say to me, I ask further examining questions until we get to the place where I feel like we're either at an impasse or I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
So if I could rephrase it in my own words, is it fair to say that discovery is a means by which you prepare for trial that the rules allow you to have?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so pursuant to that, we sent discovery requests, the details of which are irrelevant. Because of the discovery request, you guys gave us documents. These are some of the documents. You will take note that this particular item is designated as defendants 2870, Bates stamp 2870. If we could please open it up. And then let's scroll down to the very bottom so that we can see, in fact, this is defendants 0002870. This is 2870. There and then on, August 30, 2017, Mark Thomas states to, would you describe this list of email addresses as the city council?
Yes, at that time, those are all of the counselors, and I believe the current mayor, Martin Walsh, is on that email as well.
Okay. The subject line states Satanic City Council meetings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there and then, first of all, before we get into the text of the email, is this pretty normal to see, we talked about members of the public communicating to their counselors. Is this pretty much what that looks like?
Honestly, the city council doesn't really get many requests for the invocation. Usually communications from the public relate to legislation, if there's issues in the community, things like that.
Okay, so
but if you're asking about means of communication, that would be a means to communicate with the counselors via email.
I was literally just asking as to form. This appears normal, in other words. Is that fair, or is this abnormal that someone would send an email to the whole city council?
No, that's normal.
Okay. As stated there and then, Mark Thomas states, "Dear councilors, it has come to my attention that a proposal is being circulated to open city council meetings with a quote-unquote prayer from an alleged Satanist. If it isn't clear to every city councilor and Mayor Martin Walsh, that would be a very bad idea and cross far over any bounds of sanity and decency. Moreover, as an act of hate, blasphemy, and rejection of God."
Yeah, it is my understanding, and that the Satanic Temple is quite litigious. I think they might need better lawyers, though. I think they might need better lawyers. I don't like the word objection. It puts me on. It makes me mad. If your attorney is I don't like the word objection because it makes me emotional. Maybe that's not the best attorney for you, Satanic Temple. I'm just saying. Maybe not the best choice. Yeah.
God, it should be immediately commended as just that. I trust that this is all that needs to be said on the matter. It is a very frightening matter to incur the wrath of God for either yourselves or the city of Boston. Respectfully, Mark Thomas Boston. Did I read that email in full correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and then I see from Andrea Campbell to Christine O'Donnell. First of all, you're Christine O'Donnell. You're the two, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Andrea Campbell is the then council president. No, actually.
Yep. No. She was a district councilor at that time.
Okay, and to reiterate, that time being August 30, 2017 was the original email, the secondary email being, or the responsive email, whatever this is, maybe forward. Is this a forward? You tell me.
It is a forward because, as you can see, the August 30th email, I was not on. And then from the text of the email on September 1st, it looks as if I was forwarded that email because it was a public records request.
I see. I also now take note, this would have probably made things a lot easier. Above Mark Thomas, it literally says forwarded message. So we know now that it was forwarded to you. So going back, September 1, 2017, Andrea says to you, Christine O'Donnell, "Hi Christine, I'm checking on the counselor's email during her leave and will send you all emails related to this request now." You received this email. I did not receive any other responsive documentation about this. Who is the counselor, to your understanding, from Andrea Campbell?
That Ellie was Counselor Campbell's chief of staff at the time. So she's telling me that she's reviewing the counselor's emails.
Okay. Oh, I see.
This was a subject to a public looking at the context in the sense that that was forwarded to me.
Okay.
It appears to me that this was a subject to a public records request, and that's why Ellie, who was Counselor Campbell's chief of staff, is forwarding this to me.
I see now also this email is well, no. How do you know this is a public records request?
Based on my job for the past 11 years, it says I'm checking the counselor's email during her leave and will send you all emails related to this request now. When I get a public records request, I work with the city's records access officer, and I also reach out to all the counselors and say, do you have any emails, documents responsive to this request? There must have been a request. I don't know if it was from TST or if it was from any member of the public can request records. Emails, unless they're privileged, are subject to public records. Any document is subject to a public record unless a statutory exemption applies. So it looks like the language from Ellie to me that someone requested a public record, and this was subject to that public record. Again, I'm just looking at it in the one page, but that's what it looks like to me.
Well, that makes sense because, you know, we have August 30, I'm checking so-and-so's, I didn't see this Eli, I saw the Andrea Campbell. So that all makes sense, especially with this request now, this request being the public records request. Okay, let's move on to the next exhibit. This is, for benefit of the record, we're going to call this Bates. Actually, do you guys even need the records anymore, or the PDFs?
What?
Madam Court Reporter, do we need to give you PDFs? Do I need to designate these as exhibits 1 through et cetera, or can I just call this Bates number, whatever?
Do you want them marked? Will you want them marked as an exhibit and attached?
Yes, they will be marked as an exhibit. Do I need to designate it as an exhibit?
Well, it's just easier that unless you send them to me that way already marked, however you want to do it.
Okay.
I just need to know.
You got it. Okay, I'll just make note of which ones we're addressing in which orders.
Yeah, in the base numbers, if you want to put that on for, I'll include it in the exhibits page just as a reference for everyone.
Thank you. All right, so we've called, if we could scroll back down, I've already forgotten the base number. Here we are, 2870. And this is, I'm going to call this the frightening email. Okay, let's just tab on to the next one, whatever we're going to call it. I see this is defendants. Wait. I got to see the base numbers. 34. Scroll all the way to the bottom because it's a page range. 34, 36. Does anyone object to me disregarding, we just saw, if we could scroll down one more time, for benefit of the record, we're looking at 3434 through 3436. Pages 3435 and 3436 are just a bunch of signatures. Does anyone object to me disregarding 3435 and 3436 in the presentation of the argument at trial?
No,
Okay, so I'm going to strike those remaining two. Now, we're looking now at 3434, which subsequently is going to just be a one-page. This is appearing to be an email dated October 19, 2020, from someone named P. Kumin to Gabriella Coletta, and I'm afraid my eyes have failed me. Madam Witness, could you please, to the best of your ability, I imagine you can probably decipher these people's names and whatnot better than I can.
Yep.
On date, from who, to who, CC who, subject what?
Date, Monday, October 19th, 2020, from P. Cumin to Gabriella Coletta, I skipped subject, regarding providing virtual invocation to City Council meeting, to Gabriella Coletta, CC Teresa Melionek.
Okay, so I note the two has a boston.gov email address. Who is this Gabriella Coletta?
At that time, she was Chief of Staff for Councilor Lydia Edwards.
A Chief of Staff's, here we are, Councilor Edwards, so That's great. P. Kumin appears to be, I see at the signature, some kind of a priest, so why don't you read us this email, Madam Witness?
Hi, Gabriella. Thank you for your email. I'm honored to accept Councilor Edwards' invitation to provide the opening invocation for the City Council this coming Wednesday, but I have a practical question to ask to make sure that there's something feasible for me. I have a Mass at 12:10 p.m. on Wednesday. Do you think the City Council will start at 12 p.m. sharp? I'm just asking because I could stay on the call until 12:05, but then I'll have to leave and get ready for Mass. Do you think it would be feasible for me to give the invocation and then leave the call to get ready for my Mass? Please let me know what Councilor Edwards thinks. Thank you for your help. Take care, Father Paulo.
Okay, so I see here that, I think it's Friar is FR. Is it Father or Friar?
No, it's Father.
I'm so sorry.
That's been my experience. I don't know. Could be Friar. I don't know.
I apologize. I have difficulty with language, so it's if it's an abbreviation, then I just assume it's the shortest one that it could be. So Father Paulo. Are you personally familiar with Father Paulo?
No.
Okay. Are you personally familiar with whatever sancarlo.org is?
I am not.
Okay. Let's scroll down. Maybe this will give us some more insight. So this is this prior email I see is in response to an email dated when, by whom, to, etc. Please explain to the people.
Do you want me to read the email?
Oh no, literally say we have to do some minimal legal required stuff. We have to give background on what is it that we're looking at. So for people who are not literally looking at this document, they're going to be seeing a court transcript of everything that's going on here.
It's
so
an email on October 19th, 2020 at 7:51 a.m. Gabriella Coletta wrote, "Good morning, Father Paulo. I'm reaching out on behalf of Boston City Councilor Lydia Edwards to ask if you'd be willing to provide the opening invocation for this week's virtual Boston City Council hearing on Wednesday at 12 p.m.
Okay.
We'd be honored to have you represent our district for this hearing. Kindly let me know when you can. Best, Gabriella."
Okay, so I see now the relevance of this document appears to be that Councilor Lydia Edwards invited Father Paulo. I probably need to figure out who, or why rather, Father Paulo was invited, which is outside your knowledge scope. So we're going to set that aside. We're calling this the Father Paulo invite. How do I spell that? P-A-O-L-O. Invitation. All right, and for benefit of a more clear record, Exhibit 1 was 2870, frightening email, quote unquote. Exhibit 2 is Bates 3434. I'm calling it the Father Paulo invitation. No need for email. Now let's move on to next one. Okay, Madam Witness, if you could, earlier you said I skipped over subject. That's actually, it makes more sense to know who's talking with whom, when, and about what. So if you could say the from, to, CC, when, and then about, and then we'll figure out together what this is all about.
From Gabriella Coletta, sent Tuesday, February 19th, 2019, to Carl Jean-Louis, CC, Candace Morales, Michaela Parkin, Elizabeth
You can just summarize, just a bunch of people at Boston.
Okay. Sent CC to Boston employees, subject regarding agenda for tomorrow's planning meeting.
Okay, all I see is a sea of boston.gov emails, and I see also a Gmail in here. Do you have any idea who any of these people are?
I do. Some.
Okay.
Not all.
I don't care about the ones you don't know. Tell me about who you do know.
So Candace Morales is one of my colleagues on central staff. She is the communications person for the city council. Michaela Parkin used to work for former councilor Janey. She is no longer employed at city council. Elizabeth Pimentel used to be Councilor Campbell's chief of staff. Lady Valdez used to be the staff director for city council. And Kristen Halbert used to be a staffer for Councilor Michelle Wu.
Basically a bunch of support staff for counselors. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Let's scroll down, see what our Bates stamp is. Bates numbering, that is to say. I just need to know the first page and then the last page. 2320, beginning and ending when? 2322. Okay, what is this all about? This appears to be some kind of meeting notes. Is that fair to say?
BHM stands for Black History Month.
Okay.
That's an event that the city council has.
Okay. What is CJ? Who is CJ?
CJ worked for Councilor Campbell.
Okay. We'll check with staff from President's office. Do these words mean anything to you?
It looks like, based on the agenda, that he's looking to the council president's office for guidance, but...
Okay. What is UMB? Or
I do not know.
Okay. All right, well, it seems to me, let's scroll down so I can just kind of skim through this.
UMB is sometimes refers to UMass Boston, but in this context, I don't know if that's what that means.
Oh, you know what? I am vaguely familiar that some of these documents appear to suggest that there's like last minute needs for invocations. Maybe I could summarize all this by asking you just directly, how was it ever the case that there's like a last minute need, we need an invocation for whatever meeting? Is that a thing that happens at the city?
Yes.
Okay, how often does that happen?
It happens, I can't give an approximate amount, but maybe a couple of times a year, a few times a year, five times a year. But not often in the overall amount of meetings.
Okay, so about 2 to 5 times per year, there's an opening for invocations that requires someone to need to fill, and obviously we all know that TST was not invited. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to the next document. No, we're done with this one. For benefit of a clean record, this was Exhibit 3, Bates range 2320 to 2322. I'll figure out a designation later. We can move on to the next PDF. Let's see here. Okay, let's just scroll down to the Bates number. It'll be at the bottom of the page. Okay, 23. Well, actually, what's going to be 4 is beginning 2391 to 2392. This appears to me to be another discrete instance, provable instance in which someone needed a last minute invite. Is that consistent with your reading of this email?
Do you need me to read it out loud?
Nope.
looks as if it's last minute since it's tomorrow, but it also looks as if they found someone.
Okay, last minute, that brings a good point. Last minute isn't discrete terminology. Does the city of Boston have a meaning for last minute, or is it just used in its common parlance?
Used in its common parlance.
Okay, last minute as used in common tongue.
Actually, Ed, after looking at this again, I cannot confirm whether or not it was last minute because Michaela Parkin worked for, at the time, it was Council President Janey. And since the council president chairs the council meeting, it looks as if Michaela is emailing Ellie, since it was Councilor Campbell's turn, to see who is giving the invocation. So I'm not sure. Michaela sent it on Monday, the meeting's on Wednesday. I'm not sure if when Councilor Campbell reached out to Pastor Jansen, it looks like. So I don't want to be inaccurate and say that Councilor Campbell waited till the last minute when I'm not clear on that based on the email.
Okay, I don't mean to be contentious, but I see Michaela here ends the email, or the second to last sentence of the Monday, November 2 at 1:01 p.m. Michaela writes, please let me know if you can find someone by end of day tomorrow, exclamation mark.
And Michaela likely sent that because the staffers of whoever the council president is generally prepare prep notes for the council president. So Michaela, and like I said, our meetings are on Wednesday. Michaela likely sent Ellie that email so she could include the name of the individual giving the invocation in Council President Janey's script.
I see. What is the usual advance notice that the city receives that it will have a particular person giving a particular, I'm going to call it a blessing. I know that's a subject of dispute. I'm just going to keep calling it a blessing. How you got this person who's going to be doing a blessing. How long before the meeting do you know they're going to be doing the blessing?
Do I know, or does
the city?
The individual counselor, they may reach out to them well ahead in advance. Whoever is inviting someone, that I can't speak to.
Sorry, I hate the theatrics about it, but technically I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the city of Boston.
So it would vary on counselors depending how much notice they would give.
So I'd probably need to talk to them, huh?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So how much?
Yes, technically you're talking to the city of Boston. Do you understand how depositions work and how a designee works? Do you? Yeah.
Advance notice. Notice. Do counselors get? Oops. And now that's in terms of what the counselors receive. What about for purposes of putting together an agenda? Presumably an agenda gets put together for these meetings. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
When does that get locked in?
The agenda has to come out the Monday before the Wednesday meeting.
Monday before the Wednesday meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so returning back to our email then, this is Monday at 1:01. She's freaking out because it's due tomorrow and she probably needs to have the agenda done.
This email does not refer to the agenda. Michaela is asking her for the name so she can put it in the script that she prepares for Councilor Janey's notes. Michaela was a staff person for Councilor Janey, who was president at the time, council president at the time. As president, the president chairs the city council meetings, so whoever the council president is, opens the meetings and has a script and likely says, oh, I now invite so-and-so who has I invite Counselor, so in this case, Counselor Campbell up, who has invited Pastor James W.S. Jansen to come to speak. So this looks like to me that Michaela is reaching out to Ellie so she can have the name to put in the script because Counselor Janey liked to look at the script the night before the council meeting.
Okay.
So this is not the agenda.
I know.
This is not the agenda.
I understand. I'm saying that she needs it for the purposes of the agenda possibly, or actually more likely it seems, because I see November at 3 p.m. If the meeting is actually on Wednesday, you know, it seems to me that they're just looking to fill the slot.
I disagree with that characterization.
Okay, well, that's an impasse. Let's move on. And for benefit of the record, this is 2391 to 2392.
Well, at least I'll give him this much credit. At least he's like, there's an impasse, let's move on. So he didn't get bogged down in a pissing match for 20 minutes. So maybe he's learning. Maybe he's learning.
I'll figure out designation later. Let's move on to next one. Oops. Oh, thank you. 2733 to 2734. Let's see the top of 34. Wait, yeah, those are just signatures, so we're just going to do 2733. Unless opposing counsel, do you object to me only use as a general proposition? Can I just skip signatures?
Please. Yeah.
Okay. Less paper, I prefer. Let's scroll up slightly more. What is going on here? So these are a lot of emails. Let's start with the bottom most. We are looking at an email, and sorry, I'm just going to take over this. I think it's going to be a little bit more efficient. We see June 10, 2020 at 8:33 a.m. Michael Benetti writes to someone named, Madam Witness, could you please state the
You lady.
You lady, thank you. Please carry away with the body of the text.
We have a priest to preside over the invocation today. His name is Father Michael Della Penna.
Okay.
OFM, pastor of St. Leonard of Port Maurice Parish in the North End. Thanks, Michael.
Okay, does the shorthand OFM mean anything to you?
It does not.
Okay, I see that it follows a priest's. You're gonna have to forgive me. I really apologize. I don't speak the jargon of the Catholic tongue. Is this Father Michael Della Penna?
You could have looked it up. You know what? I'm not a Catholic either. But you know what? If it was important, you know what I'd do? I'd go look it up. It's not like there's any shortage of Catholics in Boston if I needed to ask somebody. Wherever am I going to find a Catholic in Boston so they can help me understand this?
Is that correct? An OFM pastor. It seems to be like a priest, some kind of honorary suffix.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, but
I don't know what that reference is.
Okay, and he's a pastor of somewhere in the North End, which I presume from context that this is a neighborhood or smaller subpart of the city of Boston. Is that correct?
It's a neighborhood of the city.
Okay, so we see that once again happened at Wednesday at 8:33 a.m. And as we've been over multiple times, the meetings are on Wednesday. So this appears to be what I would call a last-minute email example.
Again, you are taking this out of context. You lady was the staff director. Michael is a staffer for for Councilor Edwards. He is letting you lady know who is giving the invocation.
Also, should we blow this guy's mind by informing him that technically there are other versions of Catholic other than Roman Catholic? Or do you think that's too advanced for this guy? So when you say Catholic, which version of Catholic do you mean? Dun, dun, dun. Yeah.
This was also during when we were on Zoom, so we were having staffers coordinate who was going to be let in to as a panelist. So Michael is letting you lady know that this person is given the invocation. It doesn't necessarily mean it was last minute. It's just that this is the day of the meeting. So Michael is letting you lady know.
Okay,
So I do not think that we can say that it's last minute.
Well, not on the strength of this email alone. I'd probably need to go talk to someone. So is Eulady still at the city?
Not with the city council.
Is she anywhere in the city?
Yes.
Okay, what does she do with the city? Sorry, I'm assuming genders. What is the preferred gender
I believe she prefers she, her.
Okay.
Really?
I am not.
Really? Seriously? We're doing genders now? Seriously? Yeah. The Catholic Church also means the church at all denomination-wise. Another way to say the church universal. Yeah, isn't that literally what Catholic literally means? It's just universal? I mean, even I know that. Yeah.
I'm not sure of her exact title. I know she's in the property management division.
Do you know Eulady's last name?
Yes.
What's
Valdez?
I'm gonna whisper in this guy's ear, ask about the Black Pope, and watch him go on a tear to try to uncover the secret.
Valdez, Valdez.
Okay. Okay, and who is this Michael Benetti? I see a long string of text, but...
Michael Benetti used to work for Counselor Edwards.
Okay, so he is a staff member of Edwards?
Yes.
Okay, let's scroll up to see slowly to see if we can see if there's anything of any recognizable relevance. No. Okay. On Wednesday, June 10, Eulady... Well, now I'm confused. Would you forward the link to him? Already did. Thanks. I will be using my Zoom to log him in. Okay.
And if we want to get hyper technical about when he waits till he hears about Pope Joan, I mean, as long as we want to get hyper technical, the proper title of the head of the Catholic Church is not Pope. I know that he's called the Bishop of Rome, and I think he has another title as well. But technically speaking, as long as we want to be super fancy about it, the head of the Roman Catholic Church's title is not Pope. But that's okay. That's only because I read.
Or simply awesome. Does it, in the norms of your organization, is it normal to inform someone that is simply awesome in all caps with an exclamation mark about just what appears to be a simple notice that this is who we're going to have at the meeting, and here's the means by which to get to the meeting?
I would say it's normal to thank people.
Well, sure, but simply awesome is kind of an emphatic thanks. Would you not agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And we see that she said simply awesome. You see this, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling me that it's normal in the Boston culture that this is normal to call someone simply awesome for simply providing the Zoom meeting information? This is normal?
I would say that's not normal.
Oh, what's that normal about it?
I would say that a simple thank you would suffice, but perhaps this is how Eulady communicates.
I should probably talk to Eulady about that.
Sure.
Okay. Let's scroll up to see if there's anything else of relevance. Sorry, please. I renamed you. So Okay, scrolling up, scrolling up. Well, these people, I mean, that's not inconsistent with the rest of these communications. They appear to be, there's a lot more exclamation marks than I see in my business, that's for sure, but I'm not mad about that in the slightest. I like people thanking people, that's nice. So this appears to be the exhaustion of use on here, so we're at Exhibit 5, once again, 2733. I'm going to call this the Simply Awesome email. Awesome being in caps, of course, exclamation mark. All right, let's go on to next one. Scrolling to the bottom, 2723 to 2726. Let's begin with the bottom most, please, so that we see a proper chronological order. What did we say, 23 to 26? To 26. Okay. This email correspondence begins, it's a series of emails that begins on June 17, 2020, from, once again, Michael Benetti to Madam Witness. Does Carrie Jordan ring any bells?
Yes.
Who is that?
Kerry was my former coworker. He was the technology manager for the city council.
And please refresh my memory. At the time, who was you, lady? What was your role in
The
the
staff director for the city council.
Okay, for all of the city council or any particular person?
For central staff.
Okay. So basically, central staff is talking about logging in Father Scrima?
Central staff is not talking, Michael Benetti, who Councilor Edwards was inviting this person, is emailing Kerry because he is the individual. At this time, all of the city council meetings were on Zoom because of the pandemic. So Michael is emailing Kerry and you lady the name so they know to let this person in.
Okay.
For the meeting.
Okay.
That's the context of.
Yeah, that's what begins our discussion with whatever's going on with these documents. So let's scroll up ever so slightly just to the next email, enough to see the body, the who, and the when. Okay, that's good. September 15, 2020 at 6:54 a.m. Someone writes,
Good morning, you lady. Pastor Alcevedo from Leon de Judas will be joining us to pray over the council. I've CC'd him here. He just needs the Zoom link and details. Thank you again, Pastor Acevedo. Zoom you tomorrow. Julia.
Okay. Once again, we are at what I would probably describe as an impasse as to whether this is a last-minute email or just a scheduling email. No problem. We'll skip over the impasse. Scrolling up slightly, please. Let's see here. Zoom link. Don't care. Skip. I have no idea what this is. Scrolling up. Scrolling up. Okay, let's pause here. June 24 at 8:05. Someone writes, please.
This is from Councilor Bach. Dear you lady, connecting you here with the Reverend Paige Fisher, who is going to do our opening prayer today. If you could get her the Zoom link and all that she needs to get connected, that would be great. Thanks, Kenzie.
Is that the same thing as we just read? Scroll down again. I don't remember.
I don't think so. No, the other one was from Julia.
Huh. That's odd. So September 15, June 24. Can you make any sense of this?
It's counselors emailing you lady with the name.
Okay, so this is basically just internal communication as to who and when invitations are happening from at least the city's perspective.
They were on Wednesdays, so those are the dates of the council meeting.
Correct. Yeah.
So it looks like Councilor Bach is giving you lady the person's name so that she can give them the Zoom link and make sure that they're in the Zoom meeting.
Perfectly understood. Let's scroll up some more. It's basically the same thing again. Let's scroll up. Invitation info. Okay, just scrolling. We're just skimming at this point. This all seems to be pretty much the same thing. I'm confused as to why there's one PDF. Oh, I get it. I sent RFPs and I just got basically a document dump. These are probably just what my people said. These are things that I should look at. And I'm looking at them for the first time with you. So let's scroll up, scroll up. Okay. What is this again? This is 6/27/23 to 27/26, miscellaneous. Madam Witness, how would you describe this PDF? I can't think of the designation.
Emails regarding invocation.
Yeah, as I sort of described at the front of this, as I was trying to describe the Church of Satan versus the Satanic Temple. So the Church of Satan was founded in the 60s. The Satanic Temple was founded in the early 2000s. The Church of Satan was founded by Anton LaVey, and he was the one who wrote the Satanic Bible. He kind of looks like the character Zod from Superman 2. And his book basically preached an exploitative form of hedonism. Do as thou will. Just, the strong deserve to be strong, the weak deserve to be weak, exploit at your heart's content, go get yours. And then the Satanic Temple didn't have a single book. They use a more diverse canon. They don't really have a singular holy book. They do have their 7 tenets, which I'm not even sure they're following in this deposition, but I digress. And they preach a more libertarian form of hedonism that, at least in principle, is supposed to be do what you want as long as you don't impose on others. And then they started the whole thing with the satanic prayer, which kind of imposed on the city of Boston, which was, arguably in violation of their own tenets, but, whatever. So yeah, and the Satanic Temple is definitely the more relevant one today. The Church of Satan is kind of a memory at this point, based on my understanding. And the Satanic Temple is the trolls of the legal world. Yeah. So I have not read it. No, I've never read the Satanic Bible. I just, got the highlight reel so that I understood the basic philosophy of it, I forget why I learned it in the first place, but I guess I probably learned it somewhere around law school because, in my many legal studies, I was learning about some of the stuff the Satanic Temple was doing. So I suppose I learned it just out of raw curiosity so I could understand the background. But no, I never read the Satanic Bible. I just understand. I understand that the author of the Satanic Bible himself, Anton LaVey, described the Satanic Bible as a combination of Ayn Rand with mysticism and ritual. And that they have this magic thing that they do where they sort of believe in not exactly the supernatural, but they believe in a performative aspect of their religion. So that was enough background for me. I was like, I know enough things now. I get the basics,
Zoom links.
Resume. Sorry, Zoom. How'd you, prior to saying Zoom links, you said emails regarding
Invocation names for Zoom links.
invocation links.
And I don't know if you want to indicate that they're internal.
Yeah, I like that. Internal, miscellaneous internal emails.
Yeah, Anne says I should get my information from the source. I just want you to appreciate that I'm only one man, and there's only so many things I can read, and I'm a prolific reader, but I can't read everything. So I can't obviously read every holy book of every religion. And so just trying to get the gist and highlights so that I could competently say, okay, here's the basic parameters was enough. I don't need to, I can't read everything. That's not realistic. So it's like I read enough things about it to understand the parameters, who the players were, and the basic philosophies, and The Satanic Temple is obviously the one that appears more often in lawsuits. I can say that for sure. So from a legal perspective, they are more relevant to me because they are the one that appear more often in lawsuits. So that was enough for me.
About invocation, Zoom.
Did I get the gist from a Satanist? At the time, I was looking it up, which was like 15 years ago. Yes, of course I got it from reading things on their respective websites, or from respective articles or things that they were quoted from. So yeah, I mean, sure, I understood the basics from their own public presentations. So yes, I guess. Yeah.
Links. Great. Next one, please. Oh, wait. For benefit of a clear record, we just finished looking at Exhibit 6 that begins Bates stamps 2723 to 26, so designated. Let's move on.
Can we take a quick rest?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, time is 1:27. We're off the record. Okay, we are back on the record. The time is 1:38.
Okay, I errantly neglected to take note of something else that was important on defendants 2320, which we had in undesignated number 3. I now see why this was brought to my attention. Let's scroll up ever so slightly to something about honoree. There it is, honoree. What city of Boston does honoree mean in whatever this kind of document is that we're looking at?
I believe that document, it refers to the Black History Month event. So honoree, each counselor was picking a Black member from their community to honor at the event.
Okay, and how do you know, well, first of all, is this name, how did you come to that conclusion? Help me draw the dots.
Because I knew about the event because I was working at the city council in my same job.
I mean, some of the stuff the Satanic Temple has done has been pretty interesting and pretty interesting when it comes to freedom of religion stuff. They're a little trolly, but I remember one in particular that I was sort of following as it was developing. I remember one where it was a backpack thing. Okay, so the school, I remember one, I think this happened when I was in law school because I remember it. And so maybe it happened when I was in law school or shortly thereafter. But anyways, I remember one where, okay, so a school had a program whereby people could provide things that would go out in the students' backpacks. Excuse me. Yeah, so the Christians initially fought for it, right? Because the school didn't want to have the program, right? Because they were concerned about freedom of religion and in the Establishment Clause. So the first lawsuits were filed by Christians. We're like, no, we want to have this program. We want to have it be able to be where us, the parents, can provide things that the school will distribute and put into their backpacks to be taken home. All right. And so a lawsuit emerges, and the court says at the end of the day, okay, you can do that, right? At this point, it is the parents themselves who are merely providing them, who are actually providing the material. And the school is merely acting in a ministerial way, not in the religious sense of the word ministerial, but in the legal sense of the word ministerial, where it's like an automatic action, right? There's no discretion in it, right? It's ministerially, it's automatic. So it isn't the school who's doing it. They're merely the intermediary who is facilitating these parents, providing it to the children in their backpacks, right? So the Christians win. So the school starts, doing that. The parents start distributing literature regarding Christianity and camps and out of school activities and stuff like that. And it starts going out in the backpacks. All right. And then the Satanic Temple comes along and says, hey, we want a piece of that too. We also want to distribute things that are going to go home in the backpacks. And so the school started doing that and including that. And then the very Christian group who fought for it in the first place sues and says, wait a second, you can't do that because that's establishment of religion. And the court's like, wait a second, which way do you want it? Right? Because you were the ones who fought for this program in the first place. It was a great lawsuit. You're the ones who fought for this in the first place. You were the guys who insisted that this was an establishment of religion. And now the Satanic Temple's coming along and also having their stuff distributed in the exact same way, right? It's merely ministerial by the school, right? So it's not establishment of religion because it's the parents who are doing it, or it's the community who's doing it, not the school, right? And so then eventually I think the Christians gave up and agreed not to do the backpack program anymore, and everyone went home. But that was a fun case. That was a case where they were hoisted by their own petard, which was kind of hilarious. Yeah. They're ultimately just aggressively atheist. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair characterization of them, although they do have beliefs beyond that. They do definitely take positions beyond that. They are rabidly, or I don't know if rabidly is the right word. They're religiously, to use, I guess, precisely the right word, they're religiously pro-abortion to the point where they have sued various states to argue that they have a religious right to pursue abortions that under the freedom of religion clause. And they also have other positions which aren't necessarily atheist, because an atheism doesn't imply any position other than I don't believe in religion. Being an atheist doesn't imply pro-choice or pro-life. You can be pro-life purely from secular principles. It does not require a religious belief. All it requires you to believe is that a person is worthy of dignity, such that murdering them is bad, and that personhood is established sometime prior to birth, which isn't necessarily a religious belief. It's just a question of where do you draw the line. So you don't need religion to be pro-life. But so atheism strictly doesn't have a pro-life or pro anything. It doesn't have a Republican or Democrat position, right? Atheism is just there is no God, and that's it. That's all it is. So I think the Satanic Temple does go a bit beyond just being atheist, but that's how I perceive it. Yeah. It was a way to get around the abortion laws. Well, maybe, but that implies that's a problem for them, actually, because either it's a genuine religious belief or it's not, right? You kind of can't have it both ways either, Satanic Temple. So is it really your religious belief or is it not really your religious belief? If it's really your religious belief that there is a right to an abortion, then fine. But if you're trying to convince me that it's not really the Satanic Temple's religious belief, they're merely using it as a ruse to get access to abortion, they don't really believe it. They're just using it as a ruse. Basically, at that point, you're trying to convince me that the Satanic Temple is committing a fraud by filing documents in court saying, oh, we really believe this. So you kind of have to be careful about that. So does the Satanic Temple really believe it? Or are they just pretending that they believe it in order to use it as an excuse to get what they want, in which case they're committing a fraud upon the court? You might want to consider your position a little bit more carefully before you take one of those positions, just saying. You know, they really believe it or not? Better be sure.
At the time, so I knew about the event, and I knew the counselors were picking people to recognize at the event.
Basically, you remember.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
There is really a belief that they have a right to their own bodies? Okay, then in that case, it's really a belief. Fine. but that is different than atheism. So fine. So it's not just purely atheism, because there is nothing from atheism that implies a pro-choice or pro-life position. There's nothing from atheism that implies it. All that atheism implies is there is no God. There's nothing in that requires a pro-choice or pro-life belief. So so if they truly believe it, then you can no longer claim that the Satanic Temple is just purely atheism. No, they believe things beyond what pure atheism would require. They believe there's no God, and they believe in abortion. So they're more than just pure atheism now. So it's not the same thing.
No longer care about this one. Let's skip to next one, which is after 27, 23 to 26.
Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of, that's what I'm saying. There's plenty of pro-life humanists. You don't need religion to believe in pro-life. It is not required. You can believe in it from pure reciprocity, right? You can believe it out of pure selfish reciprocity. All right, here is a position an atheist could take that's consistent with atheism. All right, I like being alive. I would prefer not to be murdered. Out of pure reciprocity, I don't think we should murder other people because they probably don't want to be murdered either. So you won't murder me and I won't murder you. Reciprocity, right? Reciprocity is good. Okay, so since I don't want to be murdered and you don't want to be, and believing that I don't have the right, I believe in the silver rule, so I shouldn't do to others what I wouldn't want done unto me. So since I don't want to be murdered, I'm not going to murder other people because silver rule. Okay, so now we just have to figure out what is another person, right? What does it mean to be another person? And now you're just questioning, when does a person become a person? Which incidentally is not a legal question, because the law has been wrong about this before. Can we think about any situations in the past when the law has been wrong about who counts as a person? Can anyone think of any examples where the law has been wrong about who does or does not count as a person? I can think of some examples where the law has been wrong about who is or is not a person. So it's therefore at least possible it's wrong now, right? It's wrong now. Maybe the legal standard is wrong. So we have to figure this out from some sort of philosophical framework, and if you believe that your right to not be murdered should extend to the time of your creation, which is a reasonable belief, then out of pure civil rule you'd extend it universally. So now I'm in a fundamental pro-life position without a single religious belief. That's fine. So yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there more things that we should care about on here? Yeah, I don't know. That looks important. I think we're looking for 27, 23 to 26 was the preceding one.
Okay, so next one here?
Yeah, next one. Okay, we're looking at Bates number all the way at the bottom, please. That's a signature page. Let's scroll up. Scroll up. 27, 29, all the way. Could we zoom in so Madam Witness can...
Again, Nicholas, according to federal statute, murder is not defined. Yeah, again, we have to look a little past the law, because this is not a legal question, because the law could be wrong, right? The definition provided by law could be wrong. So we're not appealing in this context. We're not appealing to the law, because because the law could be wrong about who a person is or not, right? So we have to have some sort of definition beyond the law. I don't think it's what a majority thinks. That's a strange position. A majority can agree who is and who is not a person. That sounds like a dangerous exercise. Let's not let it be a majority vote. So let's come up with something else, right? So yeah.
Read the body here, also me. Let's see here. This appears to be a June 10, 2020 email from one Michael Benetti, with whom we are adequately familiar. Have we already gone through this? This looks familiar.
I see. Normally we're all law here. Speaking of someone's own personal moral argument. Well, I'm just acknowledging that the law could be wrong because, well, we were talking about what an atheist would believe. That was the context and we were discussing this, right? So what would an atheist believe? Or what or more to the point, not what they believe. That's wrong. What are they required to believe? What is an atheist required to believe to be an atheist? Right? And the only thing an atheist is required to believe in order to be an atheist is that there is no God. That is the only thing that the atheist is required to believe. That's it. That's all atheism is. Period. End of discussion. So if you're trying to ask the question, what would an atheist believe? You can't appeal to law necessarily because, well, the atheist only believes that there is no God. So you have to try to come at this from a different perspective, or at least make a different argument. So I suppose the atheist could believe in the law. That's one answer. But I was like, okay, if you don't believe in the law, how's another way to go about this that an atheist could believe? On what basis could an atheist be pro-life without an appeal to religion or without an appeal to God? I'm like, okay, here's a way to do it. That was all I was trying to say. That was literally all I was trying to say. How could you go about being pro-life and be atheist at the same time? Here's how you could do it. All right. So since the Satanic Temple believes affirmatively and somewhat vociferously that abortion is correct and abortion is a religious right, since they believe abortion is a religious right, they can't be purely atheist. Because since it's possible for an atheist to not be pro-choice, the fact that the Satanic Temple is pro-choice must necessarily mean they're not pure atheists, because a pure atheist could be pro-life. So therefore, the Satanic Temple is not a pure atheistic religion. So that was all I was trying to prove. This discussion has gone completely off rails. Yeah.
It does look familiar.
I'm pretty sure this is the same thing. We're going to skip. Wait. Let's go all the way to the top. Maybe there's something that I missed. How about this one? Tuesday, June 16. Hi, Michael. Would you have some for invocation for tomorrow? I don't remember if I informed you or the counselor. Apologize if I didn't. And as I recall, you lady is the staff, the central staff chief. Basically, you lady, it seems to me that you lady administers support staff for all of the counselors. Is that?
Yes.
Okay, so support staff head talks to guy for counselor. Would you have some for invocation tomorrow? I deduce under the circumstances that some more adequately or more appropriately means someone for an invocation tomorrow. Is that consistent with your reading?
Yes.
Okay, and once again, that was June 16, 2020. So number 7, once again, please someone remind me what my bait stamps are. Very bottom, 2729. And I'm gonna call this just another scheduling email. Okay, and scrolling back at the top, the notice was issued on June, well, the inquiry was made on June 16, which Google helpfully tells us is Tuesday and at 1:24. What time do the counselor meetings happen again?
They happen at Wednesdays, on Wednesdays at noon.
At noon. So this is basically about a day beforehand. And the agenda items actually don't get submitted in until Tuesday. So this doesn't seem unusual in terms of timing.
The agenda items are completed on Monday afternoon. The agenda is released on Monday afternoon. The invocations are not part of the agenda.
So when is the decision to lock in who's doing the invocation? Like, when's the deadline? Surely at some point it's too late.
That is, the counselor invites someone. I imagine counselors have different time frames.
Yeah.
This email is between you lady and Michael Benetti, and for context purposes, it was during the time when the city council was remote because of the pandemic, and it looks as if you lady is asking Michael for the name so that you lady is able to let the individual into the Zoom meeting, because you needed to be let into the Zoom meeting because it was for the counselors and they were participating via Zoom, it was on the City of Boston's website for the public to watch, because there is not a public comment period for city council meetings. So that is why it appears that Julie was looking for the name, so she would know who to let into the Zoom meeting. And to give the link to that individual.
Okay, I understand that's the proposition, but all I see is this text. So where are you getting that extra information that's not in the text?
Because I know how the process works, because I worked there at the time.
Okay, so
And we were all on Zoom, so we would all get the Zoom link. And Eulady would need to know, because she was the one that let people in. Eulady Valdez or Carrie Jordan would let people, the counselors, people meaning staffers and counselors, into the Zoom meeting.
Okay, and to be discreet here, the next, after the question, would you have someone for an invocation tomorrow, is followed up with, I don't remember if I informed you or the counselor, apologize if I didn't. Why would this person need to inform the recipient of this email or the counselor? What's the inform part tell you?
I don't know if she meant to put if I asked you or the counselor. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
what she means by that.
We're stuck with the text, right? I mean, we can't change the text with what we propose this email could mean. It has to. This email very clearly requires some kind of an information being transmitted. I proffer. Do you disagree with this proffer?
It looks as if she's asking if they have someone for the invocation. She's asking a question.
I understand that. I asked you a yes/no question, but I didn't receive a yes or a no.
Yes.
Okay. Scrolling up slightly. Okay. In case I didn't mention this already, we just finished talking about number 7, 2729. Is this 2729? Am I mistaken scrolling down again to the bait stamp? Yep. 2729, I described this as another scheduling email dated June 16, Tuesday at 1:24 p.m. for a Wednesday at noon meeting. Okay. 8. What does our number 8 look like? Scrolling down to the bottom, this is 2771. Okay, scrolling up just enough to, whoa, the first email, please. Well, this is confusing. Let's scroll up ever so slightly. Looks like the first email is offset, dated September 15 at 6:54 a.m. And witness, I believe you already read this email to me.
Yes.
Okay, skipping 8, deleting 2771. All right, next one, we have a December 12, 2020 email, bait stamp number, please. 2849. This is an email from an RZ to Kim Janey at boston.gov. A bunch of people are CC'd. Who's Kim Janey at boston.gov?
At the time, she was city council president.
Okay.
She was, and also a district councilor.
Okay, and so this is December 12, 2020 at 2:26 a.m. Eastern Time. RZ asks to, functionally the council for our purposes, about invocation requests, states, Dear President Janey, will you please schedule me to read invocation remotely in the next city council meeting, Boston City Council meeting, and inform me accordingly. I am a Hindu leader. Thank you. Sincerely, Sender. So it appears that it's not just TST who wants in and is not being invited to me. Is that consistent with your reading of this email?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, that's 2849 to confirm, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
It is.
Confirmed as 2849. That's number 8. Email dated December, or actually scheduling request, or invitation request is how I'll call it. I'm gonna call this Hindu or Hindi? Hindu invitation request. Invitation request. And that satisfies my purposes, so let's move on to the next one. sorry, numbered next one, whatever the next PDF, or are we done with PDFs?
Let's see. Yep, that's the last one.
Okay, that's the last one Nick found, but there's another one that's more important to me, so we're going to take another break while I find it.
Very good.
Okay, the time is 1:49. We're off.
Well, at least he's not behaving like a completely arrogant prick at this point. So apparently he's calmed down and asking questions much more like, you know, a lawyer would ask questions. So I appreciate that he's apparently calmed down and stopped acting like a snotty, arrogant prick. This is much more in the style of what an attorney would do, as opposed to whatever he was doing in the first half of this shit. Not that he is necessarily great, but at least, you know, serviceable.
Off the record.
We're back on the record. The time is 2:45.
Okay. Due to technological errors, I have an email dated October 19, 2017 that I can't put up on the projector. We will fix this later. The bait stamp number is 2890. This comes from 2890. Once again, it's not going to be up there. It's on my tablet. You guys got to come huddle in and take a look at it. I will zoom in. Everyone come see. This is an email from Elena Olson, for benefit of the record, dated Thursday, October 19, 2017, to Madam Witness, could you please state the person's name here?
To Anissa Sabi George.
Okay, and who is that in the city?
She was a former at-large city councilor.
Okay, and as of October 19, 2017, was that her position?
Yes.
Okay, recently Mayor Wu had an opponent who I believe is the same person. Is this the mayoral candidate opponent against Mayor Wu?
Yes.
Okay, great. Please read for benefit of the record in full this paragraph here in the body.
It is absurd that this group feels entitled to being invited to give remarks at the beginning of the council meeting. And frankly, it's insulting to all of the amazing religious and secular leaders who are invited. They are invited because of all of the incredible work that they do across the city, work to end youth violence, work to provide shelter and stability to the homeless, or compassion and support for people in recovery. I will not give up the opportunity to highlight one of these amazing leaders who I am privileged to work with for the Satanic Temple. The City Council does important, serious work for the people of Boston, and when we invite someone to participate in our meeting, it is out of a profound respect, not a sense of obligation.
Okay.
So we invite religious leaders because they do a lot of good work for our community, and the Satanic Temple is being a bunch of pricks, so we're not inviting you. They're literally demanding to get a seat at like the grown-ups table. It's like, yeah, you know, what have you done? What have you done for the city of Boston? Yeah. You know, I was like, yeah, okay, yeah. Ask not what your city can do for you. Ask what you can do for your city. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm having a technical issue. Can I just have one?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's take a break.
I just have to restart. I'm sorry.
No problem. We got plenty of time.
Now it's 2:47. We're off the record.
Sorry.
Okay, we are back on the record. The time is 2:48.
Okay, due to technological issues, we are back on the record. I'm going to take over with some expository background and then follow up with the questions. So I take note, please everyone else also take note that this bottom of the screenshot states in bold, please remember this is a City of Boston email account and the content is a matter of public record, period. Elena Olson being the chief of staff for Mayor Wu's former opponent, I know nothing more about this email, which is why I called for the 30B6 deposition about all discovery, because I figured stuff like this would probably be in here. So, City of Boston, is it true that your position, or at least your employee's position, finds it absurd that TST would demand legally an invitation?
It looks as if
Objection, you can answer.
It looks as if that's the statement that was prepared.
Okay, and it appears to be a matter of public record, and contemporaneously so, that Mayor Wu's former political opponent found it to be a matter that, quote, I will not give up the opportunity to highlight one of these amazing leaders who I am privileged to work for, or work with, for the Satanic Temple. End quote. That is the text of the email. Do you agree?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like they're discriminating against you on the basis of religion. It sounds like more they're discriminating on the basis of being completely useless for the city of Boston. You're not helping anybody.
Agree with me that that's the text of the email.
Matt, I'm sorry, are you reading, is this an email to Anissa Essaibi George or from Anissa Essaibi George?
This is from Elena, the chief of staff, to Anissa.
Okay. So that's not, those aren't, just because I can't see this email, those aren't Anissa Essaibi George's words, those are the emailer's words?
No, this is her words by her person on her behalf. That's what we're looking at right now. Again, basic agency principles flow up to her, which in turn flow up to the city, body public. So I'm very confused by this email because it seems to me as if it's exclusionary, which is why City of Boston,
It is exclusionary. We're excluding you on the basis of you being pricks.
Inquire into you as to your employee, whether you think as well that your employee appears to be something giving up an opportunity for someone good so that they have to give someone an opportunity to TST. Would you agree with me that that's your employee's statement?
Objection. So this is the same type of objection as before, that she can't speak to whatever this person's state of mind is in this email.
Oh, so I should talk to Anissa then. That's who I should talk to in a deposition.
Talk to someone other than Christine O'Donnell, correct?
Okay, cool. We will depose her personally, unless you object right now. Because it seems to me that before, when I sought to take Mayor Wu's individual testimony for the purpose,
she can't speak to anyone else's state of mind, nor is she here for that. She's here to speak to facts. She can't even testify as to the city of Boston's state of mind because, you know, it's a city.
of talking about that there video, you know, it was a whole thing. So I'm confused as to what's going on here. You're blocking me with Michelle Wu. You're blocking me with a her. Are you going to block me with Michelle Wu again?
I don't agree with the characterization that you just provided, but...
Oh, he's about to become a prick again. He was doing so well for a while there, guys. He was doing pretty well there for a while where he was just asking normal questions like a normal attorney would ask. He was doing okay there for a while. He's going back into prick mode. He just can't help himself.
Christine is not here to testify about what the other people's opinions are or the actions that they took on a specific occasion.
That's true. City of Boston, I would like to depose your former employee about this matter. Do you have an objection about this?
Well, if it's a former employee, the city of Boston can't produce them, so it's not up to us.
I will make objections as to who is or is not deposed, and if we get a deposition subpoena, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I'm not making a statement on the record now as to what the city will or will not do in response to a deposition subpoena that's properly noticed.
I see. Very good. Okay, well then, we're at an impasse because I called a 30B6 deposition for all things discovery related, and this witness cannot speak to it, and you're also not providing me a different witness today who can speak to it, and you're also not agreeing.
It's not their obligation. It's not their obligation. They haven't received a subpoena yet. It's not their obligation to do that in the first instance. If you want to do another one of these 30B6 subpoenas where you're like, okay, I want you to designate someone who can talk about these issues, the city of Boston will designate someone who can talk about those issues. You know, if you from this witness have learned what other witnesses could say, you could then depose those specific witnesses, right? That's one of the reasons to have a deposition, by the way. Not to point out the obvious again, but all right, let me explain Discovery 101 because I feel like we have to go back to basics, okay? All right. The point of discovery is to discover. Okay? In your complaints, you have an allegation of what went wrong, right? We wanted to offer the prayer, the city of Boston is a meanie and didn't let us. Court, please make them. Okay? The court, apparently we've gone past the motion to dismiss stage, which we'll let that go by the moment, all right? And so now we're into discovery. Okay? The entire point of discovery is to discover, because you may not know very much going in. You may not know exactly who, what, when, where, why, because, you know, you may know it, but you may not, right? The whole point. So what is the point of this witness, right? The point of this witness is to ask these specific questions that you designated, right? That's the thing they prepped on, because they're the city of Boston, but they're only the city of Boston with respect to these questions because the city of Boston is a huge thing, right? It's a huge thing. And so the person who's going to be the designee only has to be aware of the things that they were aware of, because that's the things you asked them to prep on. And so they may know things beyond that, but they may not, because you didn't ask them to prep. So we don't do trials or depositions by surprise, right? We have a thing where we show you our cards, right? So it's like there's not a lot of surprises. So, okay, so you have gotten this deposition for these purposes. This witness has told you that they don't know certain things, but they've identified people who might. Huzzah, right? Because now you have discovered things, and now you can go ask those people in discovery, and so forth and so on. Right? And then you go ask those people, and they may not know, but they may know other people who might know. And then you ask those people. You see how that works? It's a discovery. You see how that works? You discover and you explore, and then you discover and you explore. Okay, is this too basic? Is this too condescending? And the witness can only testify about things they know, and particularly when it's the city has no thoughts or feelings, because, you know, they're not a person. So they have no thoughts or feelings. They can testify to things that happen factually. But how does the city of Boston feel about X? The city of Boston has no feelings about anything. The only feeling that the city of Boston probably has is that Boston is great, and Massachusetts. Well, I'm not even sure they have thoughts about Massachusetts or the United States. Let's not ask Boston how it feels about the United States or even its own state. Probably the only feeling that Boston have is that Boston is a good city, and we're a good city. That's about the only feeling we have. That's about it. And our people are a good people. That's about it.
That I can depose a person. So how do you propose that we resolve this issue?
This to me is not responsive to any 30B6 topic for which Christine O'Donnell is identified.
Really?
At this point, by the way, just because we kind of missed it, at this point, the lawyer for the Satanic Temple is literally asking the lawyer for the city of Boston, how can he do his job? He's asking for legal advice at this point from counsel for the city of Boston. That's how well it's going right now. Great.
It's not within the 30B6 designation. That is your Nicole O'Connor's for and on behalf of the city of Boston's position on this matter.
If you want to point out to me which paragraph you think it's responsive to, I'm happy to take a look.
I would be very happy to. Very, very happy to.
I'd be very happy to. I'd be very happy. I'm a little prick.
Indeed. Paragraph 30. Any documents provided by the city to TST in discovery. Very end, page 9, right above the signature.
That's not responsive. Okay. I know you guys can figure this out at home. This is not a trick question, okay? When the subpoena said any documents that are responsive, do you know what the proper response to that would be? Anybody? Anybody want to take a guess? If the thing says, give me any responsive documents, what is the proper response? This is not a trick question, guys. If you said responsive documents, you would be correct. The thing says, give me the documents. Here are the documents. All right. So this question about who can we talk to is not responsive to the question, give me the documents. Who can we talk to is not responsive to the question, give me the documents.
To the extent that you want to ask about what the intent was of the document, to me, that's a totally different request. So I think we have a...
It is a different request. What is the intent of the document is not give me the document. Yeah.
A different understanding of what this means. This is, she has testified about what this document is, but as far as what the person's intent was who sent it.
See, there you go, right? What is the document? Could you read the document? What does the document say? What was the intent behind the document? Well, unless it's in the document, I don't know. Because you didn't ask me. You asked me, give me the document. Here's the document. What is the intent? Well, it's not on the page. I don't know. You didn't ask me. I'm not prepared.
That's a totally different question.
Mm-hmm. And so where in 30 does it eliminate intent from any?
Where in 30 does it eliminate intent from any? The very next word after any. Where does it eliminate intent from any? The very next word after any. Does anyone remember what the very next word after any is? It's the word document. Yeah.
I mean, we're not having a discussion about the semantics. It's never how I interpreted it. We have a disagreement then about what is within the scope of a 30B6 depo.
Ah, okay, that's fine. Let's start over from the top and see if I missed anything else of importance. Okay.
You missed, well, I mean, you know what? I'll do credit to this guy. I mean, he is self-aware. He is, in fact, bad at language. As he indicated earlier, he is not great with language. Not that that's, you know, in any sense an important skill for an attorney.
On to phase 2 of the deposition. We've covered your identity, we've covered your scope, we've covered your agency, we've covered that you don't have any other relationships, grounds for your testimony, covered that, what investigation you did, covered that. Sounds good. Madam Witness, did the city have you investigate Mayor Wu's former political opponent on any of the discovery that it provided, namely this email that we just looked at?
I looked at the emails that were produced. I don't specifically recall this one. It was numerous pages.
That's fine. Could we put up the next email, the next one?
I do just want to put on the record that we had a discussion about this during our call about the deposition, and you agreed that you would provide any emails that you had particular concerns about.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Well,
Email, the next one.
I do just want to put on the record that we had a discussion about this during our call about the deposition, and you agreed that you would provide any emails that you had particular concerns about.
Yeah, I forgot that.
You agreed that you'd provide any emails you had specific concerns about. Yeah, I forgot. Okay.
That's part of the problem here, and I just want to put this on the record, that you said that you would pull certain emails that you intended to inquire of the witness about, and I would make sure that she was prepared on those emails. We never received from you the emails that you were intending to inquire about. So to now suggest that she's not prepared or, is not appropriate given our past discussions.
Okay, so I want to be abundantly clear here. My understanding from the city's attorney, for and on behalf of the city's attorney's behalf, is that it provided the city, which is to say the city, received requests, document requests from me about a religious discrimination case, produced emails, one of which appears to be a smoking gun of religious discrimination, received a 30B6 notice saying, I want to ask about everything that you've been given, you have given to me, and the city did not think to have the witness look at the smoking gun email?
Objection. That question should be taken outside and shot. What did you just ask me?
So when we spoke, as you recognize, the federal rules require us to confer prior to a 30B6 deposition to make sure we're all on the same page. I flagged this concern that there were so many emails I couldn't possibly prepare her on all of them, and you agreed to provide me in 2 weeks in advance of the deposition with the emails that you intended to inquire about.
You know, if you really had questions about the smoking gun email, maybe you should have said, could you, here's the smoking gun email because, I agreed to this.
I see.
You didn't do that, so she's not prepared to testify about this particular email further than what she already has.
I see. Okay, well, let's take a look at the next one, and we'll all see it together. Scrolling all the way to the bottom. Well, actually, scroll all the way to the bottom, please. And by the way, last one was number 92890. I call it the absurd email. Number 10, this is number 3374. Let's see here. Scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up. Scrolling up a little bit more, continuing. Oh, Okay, a little bit more because we need to be able to see who sent it. There we go. Okay, this is 3373. I apologize. To 3374. On February 14, 2019, which I take note is during the course of this litigation, Molly Jacobson at Jacobson Strategy emails to someone at Boston Herald a forwarded message stating, "Hi Megan," again with Boston Herald, which I presume everyone takes note is a publication of general circulation in Boston. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So Boston Herald takes note that from Megan, please let me know if I can schedule an interview with the Satanic Temple regarding this breaking news. Breaking news is the characterization of importance. Thanks, exclamation mark. Details unnecessary. Scrolling down, we're just looking for the word absurd. There it is. On 3374, line 1, 2, 3, 4, the sentence begins, preceding sentence, line 3, that is to say, the sentence begins midway through. The City Council maintains that this practice is non-discriminatory, a claim that TST views as absurd. So we receive your statement that it's absurd. We respond in kind that your position is absurd. I feel like we're at an impasse here. Is that fair to say? City of Boston, witness.
Yes.
Okay, so scrolling up a little bit more. Okay, pausing here. Boston Herald then on February 14, 2019, which again I take note is during the pendency of this dispute. Subject, story running tomorrow about claim against City Council to someone at boston.gov. Madam Witness, who is this boston.gov person, if you know?
Who? Okay, I'm sorry. Let's press on. I can't comment. Let's move on.
At the time, David Vittorini was chief of staff to, at the time, Councilor Wu.
Councilor Wu, Councilor Wu's person received notice that TST, generally speaking, takes issue with not getting an invite as of at least 2019. Is that a correct understanding of this document here?
Yes.
Now, Madam Witness, we've talked about Councilor Wu before. On or around 2017, things changed where people stopped giving or stopped receiving money for and in consideration of providing the blessing to the city. The importance being 2017. Is that a correct recollection of mine about your prior testimony? Did you take note of the timing of the email that we took note of earlier?
No.
Okay, let's suffice it to say 2017, everyone agree, they remember it, otherwise we can see it again. Any objections?
Christine.
Madam Witness, do you recall that it was 2017?
That the council stopped paying?
Well, no, more particularly that
that TST reached out?
No. The prior exhibit that we looked at, this email dated, let's see here, October 19, 2000. It's not up there. It's on my thing. October 19, 2017. Everyone can see, Madam Witness in particular.
It's not up there. It's on my thing.
Yeah, of course not. It's a date. Who would remember that? So it seems to me that there is a very heavy cluster of activity in and around the city, which I'm being precluded from talking about with you.
Kill me.
Who do you think would be the best person for me to talk to?
Objection. Improper question.
Shed light on what happened, that the money stopped changing hands, and also that your other employees stated that they would not give up the opportunity to highlight one of these amazing leaders to work.
Objection. Compound question.
who I am privileged to work with for the Satanic Temple. That's the end of the sentence, but I take the implication that they are not privileged to work with the Satanic Temple, and also the Satanic Temple is not amazing, nor are they leaders in the public.
Objection? You can answer.
The payment issue that was Counselor Wu when she was President Wu,
Okay.
again, around 2016, 2017.
Okay.
And any other questions about the intent of the counselors would be for the counselors themselves.
I agree. Is it normal for a chief of staff inside the organization to make press release-like statements?
It depends on the counselor, but it is normal, generally normal.
Okay. All I have is bookending quotes, beginning this email and ending this email. Did you, in the course of your investigation, run into anything that could shed light, documentary-wise, like in terms of literally physical documents that I could look at, or electronic data consisting the same, within the city that could help me understand, without talking to Mayor Wu's former political opponent, why she found it to be absurd for TST to insist on this invitation?
No.
So I really have to talk to her.
Yes.
Okay. Same for Wu. You're the best person to have talked about it, and you can't talk about it, so I really have to talk to Wu, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't talk to her about it because you didn't ask me to talk to her about it, by the way, just for the record. Again, I only was prepped on the things you asked me about. You wanted the city of Boston to provide a designee to talk about particular topics. You provided me the request of topics. You did. The city of Boston, in its eminence, has designated someone to be the city of Boston with respect to those topics. I didn't ask him, not because I was evading something, but because you didn't ask me to. It's not within the scope of the things you asked me to. So I didn't ask because it wasn't natural to the things you asked me to ask about. Is this woman a legal advisor? Yes, she is legal counsel for the joint staff of the city council. So I think each of the council members might have their own staff as well, but there's also a big pool of staff that serves the entire council. So she's one of the legal advisors that serves on the pool of advisors with respect to compliance, for example, legal issues. But she isn't here as a lawyer. She is here as the client. She is the client. She is the city of Boston. She has been designated as the city of Boston by the city of Boston to answer these specific questions. So she's not here as a lawyer. She's here as the client. But you only asked me to be aware of certain things, and yeah. So that's who she is.
Let's see. Let's scroll up to see if there's anything of interest here. Scroll up. Huh. Okay, so I see then that this press request for invitation. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't think we ever covered this. So going back to the next one, this email dated February 14 from Boston Herald to boston.gov, which, Madam Witness, could you please remind me who this guy is?
At the time, Chief of Staff for Counselor Wu.
Okay, so Boston Herald asks Counselor Wu about this present dispute, wherein it gets forwarded up to Elizabeth Pimentel. Is that a correct name?
Pimentel, yeah.
Pimentel, I apologize. Who is that?
She was the Chief of Staff for Counselor Campbell.
And
at that time, Counselor Campbell was, no, at that time she was just Counselor Campbell.
Okay, I remember...
Sorry. She was Council President in 2019.
I seem to remember seeing an email. Here we go. So Exhibit 1 to the First Amended Complaint. This is Doc 16-1, also known here apparently as ECF 16-1. Another email.
I don't have very much bourbon left.
Because
I don't have very much of this bottle left. I wonder if it'll survive the rest of this day.
My understanding of the email that TST sent, there we go, to Andrea Campbell on October 2, 2018. That's my understanding, but I didn't receive it from the city. Does the city dispute that on or around October 2, 2018, the Satanic Temple sent an email to Andrea Campbell at boston.gov with CC to Michelle Wu at boston.gov requesting essentially an invitation? Is that a subject of dispute?
No.
Okay. The details of the email I don't care about and I don't want to waste your time with. Okay. Let's just make sure I don't miss anything at all. We're back on the 30B6 matters for examination. It's not up there. I'm gesturing generally. So, Madam Witness, if you could take a look with me while we go through it. Okay, 1 we've dealt with. 2, what do we got here? Both is a general matter. Okay, I feel like I've kind of covered this. This text. Oh, no, never mind. Let's just, okay. When I've seen this policy written down somewhere. I don't recall. Have you seen the policy written down anywhere? I say policy. I'm using your words. The custom is the word I would use.
I have not.
Okay. All right. And to be a little bit more precise, I remember seeing it in an email from Michelle Wu to TST, essentially stating the position that we don't have to give you an invite if we don't want to. Is that a fair recitation of the email?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. So, background on ceremony, when it first arose, covered it, legal challenge. Has anyone challenged this before, this custom, legally?
No.
Okay. Covered it. Sorry, forgive me. Okay. Very good. Surrounding payment, covered that. Record-keeping policies. I don't remember if we addressed that. You said they hold it 7 years and it goes to Treasury Department.
For payments.
For payments specifically, that's fine. I don't really care about the rest of it. Okay. City's record-keeping policies surrounding written communications sent or received by. Okay. Record-keeping policies. Have y'all given me anything or everything? Has anything mysteriously gone missing? Things of that nature.
What kind of fucking question is that?
No. Cool. Intracity written communications up to the date of the original. Okay, so here's paragraph 6 where I felt adequately specified that it's an intracity written communication about TST's invocation demand. Apparently that was unclear. I apologize for wasting your time once again, Madam Witness. 7, dates, times, attendees, subjects of discussion. Those are agendas, I can get those later. Subjective bases, that's a woo question. General information about any individuals or groups who demanded participation. Okay, number 9, we saw the Hindu leader, Raj Zed, if memory serves, Mr. Zed. Has anyone else other than TST, well, let me strike that and start over. Other than TST and Mr. Zed, has anyone else, to the best of your knowledge, requested an invitation?
No.
Okay, they always only receive the invitation.
Yes.
They never have any discussions off the record or anything like that that you're aware of, at least because the city doesn't keep contemporaneous records of the fact that discussions may or may not be happening between counselors and, potential officiants.
Correct.
Okay. Subjective bases for why each counselor did or did not heed the demand described in 9. That's a woo question. 11. Oh, actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Witness. Would you agree with me this paragraph 10, the subjective bases for why each counselor did or did not heed the demand described in paragraph 9 from January 1, 2011 to present would minimally address Michelle Wu and also Michelle Wu's former political opponent?
Yes.
Okay. 11, identifying information. I don't care about that. 12, same thing. 13, have you been over these? I've forgotten these since I've sent them.
I have been, but I don't remember all of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of words in here.
Yeah, I've gone over them.
Okay, any instances in which the city had a vacancy. Okay, so we covered instances in which the city had a vacancy. I feel like it's adequately clear that vacancies happen, there are, needs to fill, and then that need for filling it does not usually happen until, sometimes at least, of the times that we saw, I say usually, let me back up. There are provably instances where a need was unmet as of, call it the day before the meeting. Do you recall those exhibits?
I recall them, but I don't agree with the fact that a need was unmet.
Okay. What is the subject of dispute there?
Because a lot of those documents were internal between staff from different offices, where a staffer was asking for information in order to prepare notes for their respective boss, and other documents regarding the names were internal for purposes of sending out the Zoom link.
Okay.
So from those documents alone, it is not clear to me that it was the day before when the person given the invocation knew. They could have known a couple of weeks before, they could have known a month before. Those were just internal emails where other individuals were asking for the name so that they could complete their jobs.
Okay. I propose, rather than deposing each of the individuals and asking them like one question, to issue an interrogatory. Would it suit?
That's a decent idea, counselor. An interrogatory is just a deposition by writing, essentially. So yeah, an interrogatory sounds like a reasonable plan. Yeah.
The organization's purpose that we reduce the number of depositions and instead resolve the questions as to why this need was unmet as of that date. Informational need, I apologize, why this informational need was left unmet until such time, and more importantly, when that informational need is typically filled.
I think written discovery would be an excellent tool to get to the answers to these questions.
Great. I don't want to play semantics with that, so I propose to write it out.
Does he understand that semantics is a fairly important aspect of law? That words matter, and okay.
Out right now. Interrogatory. Number one, or whatever, interrogatory number next one. For each exhibit, made reference, actually, I can actually identify them discreetly. So scheduling emails, we've got 5, 4, 6, 7. Four through 7.
Is he seriously trying to type out his interrogatory now in the presence of this witness? What a waste of time.
I propose to have an interrogatory explicitly state for each of exhibits 4 through 7, provide, whatever's in that 30B6 deposition notice, I'm going to copy paste it and specifically sub-itemize it. Might be letters, might be bullet points, I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. For now, we're going to do A. I don't feel the need to copy paste those in handwriting. Am I going to get a form objection when I send an interrogatory for each of exhibits 4 through 7, please provide A through whatever, discreetly copied?
I don't remember what exhibits you're referencing.
That's okay.
I can't give you an answer to that question without being served with an actual written discovery request, but I agree with you that rather
Okay.
than have unnecessary depots,
Well-
I'd much rather just answer interrogatories.
Yeah,
So I'll work
I
with you
do
to be
too.
reasonable about that.
Okay, so more particularly for each of exhibits 4 through 7, please identify.
Amazing. The attorney doesn't want to commit in advance to whether or not she'll object to the interrogatory before she actually sees exactly how you write it. Wow. Amazing.
With particularity as follows. A, why was there a vacancy at that time? B, the date of the meeting in which there was a vacancy for the invocation at that time. And C, how, if at all, the time slotted for the invocation ceremony. The text ends, but I'll fill it off. How, if at all, the time slotted for the invocation ceremony typically gets filled? Like when? When is this normally filled? Is it abnormal that Tuesday right before in my opinion, right before the meeting, we don't know who's blessing the thing?
Those seem like reasonable questions that can be answered.
Okay, I agree that they are reasonable questions. I agree that they can be answered. I'm questioning you as to whether there's going to be a form objection with that exact text that I just
I don't
described.
know. I can't imagine so.
I would like you to please waive any opportunity to waive that. Otherwise, we're going to have another 30
I think this is a discussion we can have after the deposition. If you want to do it on the record, we can do that.
I strongly prefer to have the conversation on the record, because you and I took materially different understandings of our last phone call. That's why we're having it here and now.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
What do you
So,
mean by a form of objection? Like, this seems like a waste of everyone's time, but what do you mean by a form objection?
a form objection is one to the effect of, I don't understand what this interrogatory is
No,
asking.
you're not going to get an objection like that.
Okay, that's a form objection. Great. Okay, so now, next one, 14. Any instances in which the invocation ceremony did not literally employ a supernatural deity to give advice and guidance to counselors. Madam Witness, you've been seemingly functionally a part of all of them. You're probably the best person to talk about these invocation ceremonies. How often do people give benediction for Satan to bless the matter?
There hasn't been any.
Never. How often do people suggest that Satan as a general concept is bad?
That hasn't happened.
Not ever?
Not for the invocation.
I'm confused. Not for the invocation or during the invocation?
There hasn't been references that I recall.
Well, earlier you said not ever. Now you're telling me not that you recall. So now my job task is going to be to go find each and every instance that someone said something bad about Satan, so that I can clip it out and have, I don't know, however many clips we need for trial. So are you going to go back on that, or are you just going to agree that sometimes people say bad things about Satan?
Objection, you can answer.
To the best of my knowledge, I haven't heard anyone in the invocation say anything bad about Satan.
To the best of your recollection as we speak
Yes.
today. But you reserve the opportunity to change that at trial should, hypothetically, I go through YouTube and find a whole bunch of instances of people talking bad stuff about Satan.
Sure.
He doesn't realize what he's asking, and he doesn't realize what she's saying. Right? Because initially he said, well, during the invocation. And she says, oh, I've never heard that during the invocation. And then he tries to move, well, has anyone ever said it? And he's like, well, not during the invocation, because that's the whole question, right? We're talking about the invocation, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about, because the Satanic Temple wants to give an invocation. So he asks, okay, has anyone ever said bad things about Satan during the invocation? No, not during the invocation. And then she's like, well, has anyone ever said anything bad? It's like, well, not during the invocation. So what if I go through YouTube and find out everyone who's ever done it? And he's thinking to himself, what he's thinking, I know what he's thinking, because I'm smarter than him. So I know what he's thinking. He's thinking, oh, I'm going to find every time a legislator has ever said anything bad about Satan. But that isn't the answer that she gave. I'm going to find any time anyone during a council meeting say anything bad about Satan. But that isn't what she said. And he doesn't recognize it. He doesn't see it. So he's thinking to himself, man, I got this woman down. I got this woman dead to rights, because I know I can go on YouTube and I can find any number of councilmen saying anything bad about Satan. But it doesn't impeach what she said, because he doesn't understand the answer. Yeah.
Correct? Great. All right, number 15. Any instances in which the invocation ceremony addressed a topic which was not reflected on the agenda, for example, praying for emotional relief from a tragedy. How often do these blessings entail non-council agenda items?
Generally, they do not address agenda items. Sometimes they may speak to issues that are going on in the city, but all the agenda items have specific docket numbers, and I do not recall any instance where an invocation referenced a specific docket number. Invocations may reference topics in the city, such as violence, homelessness, hunger, things like that. But other than that, the invocations do not reference specific items on the agenda.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm using the word agenda, you use the word docket to refer to that. I got confused.
The agenda is made up of dockets.
Yeah, okay. And
they're all online, available online.
Yes, yes. In my parlance, docket literally just refers to a court's docket, so I'm not familiar with your words. Going back to this, so it seems fairly often as a fair response to, I don't know.
It is the legislature's docket or the council's docket. They have dockets too, you know, for different items of discussion. Ugh.
I don't know, sometimes people talk about, actually pretty much exclusively, they don't address specific topics on the agenda, as was my understanding of your response.
Correct, yes.
Okay. How often, expanding somewhat beyond the agenda, how often does this invocation not just bless the event or you know, the proceeding, but just more generally give blessings? For example, we saw the former in the earlier YouTube clip, the priest giving blessings to the counselors' families. I asked an unclear question, I apologize. How often do they bless?
I agree. I didn't know what the question was either, and I was paying attention.
People or things or ideas outside of the notion of this discrete event?
I don't know of an exact number because the individuals use different terminology.
Sure.
But the invocations are there to recognize the seriousness of the work.
Sure.
They're done before the counselors begin their proceedings for the day. I do not recall how many times a person giving an invocation has blessed the counselor's family.
Okay. Well, at least one is the, I mean.
Sure, we all saw it today.
Yeah. So, I mean, really, that's all the number I care about. Now, going back more discreetly to the question, would you take note if you're watching a blessing happen and they happen to bless something that's not the discrete event because to you, you're just hearing a blessing? Is that something that would happen?
I'm not sure I understand.
Would you take note, like for example, did you take note that this priest or whatever blessed the counselors' families? Did you take note of that? Because I took note of that.
I did not take note of that.
Okay, so you don't recall, but it's entirely possible with the information that we have available that it's happened other times as well.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Any instances in which a guest? Is it the general norm that these blessings generally propose that the council is subservient to some literal supernatural deity?
That is not the general norm. I know we all saw a video today where the person giving the invocation referred to the counselors as God's servants, but that generally isn't the norm.
Okay, as a proportion, how often do they say, you know, generally bless the event, and more particularly, these are literally your slaves?
Objection.
What?
You can answer.
I can't give an exact number. I am not sure if, and honestly, I can't even recall if the video we saw today referenced the counselors as slaves. I don't recall any instance where they were referenced as slaves. Occasionally, there may be a reference to the counselors as servants, sheep. However, I do not recall where there's ever been a reference of the counselors doing God's work, where that's the norm for the invocation.
Are you familiar with biblical history and text, literally the book, the Bible?
I know what the Bible is. I'm not a scholar on it.
You don't have to be. You know it wasn't written in English, right? Originally. It was not originally written in English. It had to be translated for something for us to have it in English. Do you know how many times it was translated?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know when it was originally written?
I do not.
If I told you it was written, give or take, I mean, it was about a 200-year period, but call it about up to 200 Common Era slash, well, actually, do they call it Common Era nowadays? You know, within the past 2,000 years, it's not been written. So about 2,000 years ago, it was.
Objection, no. The Bible was not written circa 200 AD. If not for the least of reasons that the Bible includes the Old Testament, which was written substantially before 200 AD. Yeah.
Wide margin. Back then, they didn't have butlers. You would agree with me, yes?
Yes.
I honestly don't know. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I honestly don't know. In fact, they probably did in some sense. I'm not sure that they would have called them a butler, but in 200 AD, would a particularly prominent person have someone who worked for them to provide them like their needs and necessities and stuff? That sounds plausible. I'm going to go with in the year 200 AD, yes, they did have butlers. Okay.
They had slaves, right?
Objection, you can answer.
Yes.
Okay. But the Lord's servants to you, City of Boston, not this particular witness, City of Boston, it's not your position that Lord's servants is really meaningfully different from Lord's slaves, or is it?
Objection.
What? I mean, even in circa 200 AD, yes, there was slavery, but I would imagine, although I'm not the expert, but if you ask me, is it absurd to think that in circa 200 AD that people paid people to serve on them, to serve them? I would be like, no, that doesn't sound like an absurd thing. Yeah, they probably had slaves too, but they probably had people they paid to be their servants and could quit. I mean, it doesn't strike me as ridiculous. So I think even in 200 AD, there probably is a distinction between a servant and a slave. Just guessing.
She can't offer the city's opinion on that particular question of the city's impression or use of that.
Then I will ask you, what is the material distinction between servants and slaves in your parlance?
You can answer as to you individually.
I mean, my understanding, not in a biblical sense, I'm sure some use the term interchangeably. Servants may be paid during some times. Slaves it's forced labor.
Yes, it is. I agree that slavery is forced labor. It's subservience. You don't have a choice. That's obsequiousness is the word I would use.
You're not able to use obsequiousness in a sentence, sir. Your First Amendment privileges have been revoked. You cannot use obsequiousness in a sentence.
That priest described governmental employees, in my opinion, as Lord's slaves. She used the words Lord's servants, but it's a reference to a book that says Aramaic words for literally slaves, or so I proffer. As you sit here right now, are you in a position to challenge my proffer?
Objection?
Yes, sir?
She can answer that question.
She can answer yes or no.
Challenge your proffer as to what? I don't understand your question. Christine, I don't know if you understand that question.
No,
I object to speaking objections.
Okay.
There shall be no speaking objections, or that's going to be an issue for me.
Okay.
Okay, no speaking objections. I know we've been doing a little loosey-goosey, but no instructing the witness on the record.
I'm not instructing the witness. I'm confused by your question. It's a form of objection. I can't even make heads or tails of that question.
Okay, the form of a form of objection is object, please answer. That's the full statement. Otherwise, it's a speaking objection, which is objectionable and grounds for discovery sanctions.
Oh, okay. Christine, answer that question if you can.
Please do. Yes or no, are you in a position to disprove that in Aramaic words, 2,000 years ago, Lord's servants was meaningfully different from Lord's slaves?
No.
Okay.
I would have answered, I'm unable to answer your question just to be a dick. As long as you're dicking around with me, I'm going to dick around with you back. Yeah, I'm unable to answer that question.
That's a woo question. 17 is just a woo question. I'm kind of just skimming through to get it.
Also, not for nothing, but as a guy who earlier admitted he's not very good with words, and I believe it, I don't really think he's competent to ask about what something does or does not mean in Aramaic.
Get us through the end of this. Bases or source of each. Yeah, that's a woo question. Woo question, woo question, woo question. I take note, number 22, once again, specifically identifies any statement, inclusive any statements that were written that any counselor has made or either has prepared or has had prepared for them but did not make about Satanism, TST, its membership, or its activities. I take note that you are not prepared to talk about that Mayor Wu's former political opponent email in which he found TST and its viewpoint absurd. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just once again, making very abundantly clear that the witness was unprepared to speak to item number 22. Number 23.
No, she's prepared to speak about 22.
Oh, she is. Fantastic. So what was...
There's not enough bourbon for this. There's not enough bourbon for this.
Going on in Mayor Wu's former political opponent's head when she described it.
Okay, I know for an absolute certainty without even seeing it. That is not what 22 says. There is no way that item number 22 says, please be ready to comment about what's going on in some person's head. Objection. Bullshit question.
As absurd that TST would think it entitled to.
His name is Matt Katza. Is that this asshole? Okay, hold on. We gotta learn a little bit more about asshole attorney Matt Katza. I need a break. We gotta learn a little bit more about this. Oh my God, he's the founding attorney of a law firm. Oh no, that shouldn't be allowed. There should be a law against this. Oh no. Oh, what a oh, look at his Twitter page. Is this, yeah. Is this the guy? Is this the guy? I hate him. He's an attorney at law, Arkansas, 2014. Tony says check mod chat. Okay. I didn't know it was going to be this long, Sandy, for the record, by the way. I had no idea it was going to be this long. Oh, he got sanctioned? That's good too. He got sanctioned by a district court? Oh yeah. That's good. So he got sanctioned by a district court. What did he have to do? For Rule 11? Oh, he had to pay about $17,000 in attorney's fees under Rule 11. Nice. Yes, I had no idea we'd be going this long, Sandy. We're in a world of pain. Sorry, Sandy. I have no idea what is happening. I am confused by the stupid. Refresh on Rule 11. Rule 11 is you can't file bullshit. Rule 11 is you're not allowed to make a frivolous argument. You have to have a good faith basis for saying shit in court. That's Rule 11. You can't go into court and say bullshit.
An invite.
So paragraph 22 doesn't ask for the subjective intent of the counselor. It just asks for a statement that any counselor has made. And so she has fully answered those questions today about that statement that was put up on the screen.
These are matters for examination. I get to ask the who, what, when, where, why.
We fundamentally disagree about that.
I see. Well, you understand that my next thing is to move for discovery sanctions, yes?
You can certainly do that.
Okay, going back to the next thing.
Yeah, we got another 10 minutes. Thank God. And then we got to read the decision. Sorry to our mods, by the way, if I've imposed on you unduly. Just a friendly reminder to our mods, of course, you're never required to be here for anything. And I didn't realize we'd be going forever. So, yeah.
If I can find it.
Yeah. Good luck on your sanctions, by the way, because it's not sanctionable. Duh.
Number 23 was just basically, let's talk about the invocation. Let me be abundantly clear as to the kinds of questions I want to ask. 24, city demographics. That's a good one. City of Boston, do you keep official statistics of people's religious beliefs or preferences?
No.
Okay. Do you feel like it would be appropriate for the city to take note of the public's religious beliefs or
No, it wouldn't be appropriate. It would not be appropriate. It would almost certainly be a First Amendment violation.
preferences?
Objection. You can answer.
No.
Okay. Why not?
Objection. Again, you can answer. Again, this is outside the scope of the 30B6, but I will give a bit of leeway here.
Thank you.
I'm just not sure if it's relevant for the government's work with regard to trash pickup, public works, parks, things like that.
I think we may have had a misunderstanding as to the question and answer.
Sure.
I asked if it would be improper, not proper.
Oh, okay.
So, as I understand your statement, then.
Did you? Is that what you said? Let's roll that back, because I don't think it was.
Do you keep official statistics of people's religious beliefs or preferences?
No.
Okay. Do you feel like it would be appropriate for the city to take note of the public's religious beliefs or preferences?
Objection. You can answer.
Yeah.
No.
Do you feel like it would be appropriate? No. That's what you, okay.
Okay. Why not?
Objection. Again, you can answer. Again, this is outside the scope of the 30B6, but I will give a bit of leeway here.
Thank you.
I'm just not sure if it's relevant for the government's work with regard to trash pickup, public works, parks, things like that.
I think we may have had a misunderstanding as to the question and answer.
Sure.
I asked if it would be improper, not proper.
Oh.
No, you fucking didn't.
Okay.
So, as I understand your statement, then I should have asked, to make your statement make sense, would it be proper for the city to do that? And I think that would make your statement make sense. Is that correct?
Objection. You can answer.
So you're asking if it's proper if the city of Boston would take?
Yeah, socially proper. Let's start with that.
If the city took data on the religious demographics.
Correct. If the city had a record within its own records that identified, here's how many Christians are here in the city, this is the proportion of our population that identify as Christian, at least as of the date of this record.
Objection. So I maintain the position that this is outside the scope of the 30B6 topics for which she is designated to testify.
So noted. Witness, please answer the question.
No,
Would that be a right or
I'm
wrong?
instructing my client not to answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Outside the
misunderstood.
scope of the 30B6 topics for which she is identified.
Okay, and once again, because we have to keep going through this, you, Nicole O'Connor, are specifically directing the witness not to answer a why not question as to follow up on the response to item number 24. I want to make sure I'm
Correct.
abundantly
I don't
clear
think
about
that falls within the scope of topic number 24.
Neither do I.
Okay. And you do not assert a privilege objection,
There's
correct?
no privilege.
I agree. Okay, 25. Relative proportionate share. Well,
This attorney sucks balls.
25 is basically the same thing. It's a spin on the same question. Does the city take note or otherwise record or otherwise even consider the relative proportion of how many people within the city are of any particular religious persuasion?
No.
Okay, so for example, the city doesn't have anything to compete with my Pew Research article I found on the internet that says Christianity is give or take a 55% populace. pursuant to its polling practices?
No.
Okay. Can we agree that that's probably right?
Objection.
Do you dispute it?
I have
You
no
can answer.
basis to answer the question.
You do not dispute. Okay. Sum of money the city is. Having sat through 11 years worth of meetings, how many of these invocations are Christian?
I don't have an exact number. They're the majority Christian, but within Christianity, there's different sects of religion.
Sure.
There's also been a number of representatives from other types of religion. There's been some lay people throughout the years. So I cannot give an exact, I do not have an exact number or percentage.
Okay, so the city will even extend invitations to non-ministers of proper religious entities to just any random person of the public who wants to give a prayer.
Objection.
Correct?
You can answer.
Again, it's by invitation from the city councilor, and there have been instances where an individual from an organization that does work within the community may give the invocation.
Okay. Number 27. Skip. Okay, that's the end of those topics. I posit, I keep using words like posit and proffer. These are formal legal, formal logic, I should say, not legal. Law is based on
Proffer is a legal word.
formal discourse, which is formal logic, so I kind of use.
I take umbrage at the idea that this guy has any understanding of formal logic on any level, or informal logic, or anything.
Use the terms interchangeably. I apologize again, I'm bad with words. A proffer is to make a statement that you posit is true. Something can be either true or false. Opinions cannot be proved true or false, not because opinions are not true or false, but because the First Amendment says that the government may not punish true or false opinions. That's where we get defamation law from. So back in the day, in common law, defamation was strict liability. You said something bad about someone, well, you better be ready to prove it's true. All of that changed in the mid-1960s or so with a bunch of free speech stuff. I say all of that to say that irrespective as to the impasse on whether, in fact, the city of Boston finds TST's religious viewpoint to be absurd, we see that at least one member of its governing body found that to be the case. You agree with me that we see that that person said that?
Yes.
Okay. How is that not definitionally discrimination?
Objection. She can't answer that question. It's not within the scope of the 30B6 topics.
We took note earlier in the beginning of these proceedings of the answer in which the city denies that this is religious discrimination. We took note of that. I don't understand how that text is not definitionally discrimination.
Okay, let me help you out on that one, counselor. The city has denied it as a legal proposition. Okay, the city denies that they've engaged in religious discrimination within the meaning of the law. Now, you can ask the question about whether or not someone said something or not, right? Did this person say this? Okay. Now, first of all, is it discrimination on the basis of religion? And second of all, even if it is that by the government or opposed to just one person who is a counselor, right? And so those are not the same thing, right? This witness is here to talk about facts, not legal conclusions. This witness is here to talk about the facts. So you can't ask the question, is that religious discrimination or not? Because it's a legal conclusion, and they disagree with your legal conclusion. And also in the context for which this witness is here, she's strictly speaking not competent to answer it because she's not here as an attorney. She's here as the city of Boston. The city of Boston doesn't have a law degree.
I need the city's position as to whether the city thinks that is definitionally discrimination.
And that's
yes or no?
not a topic for which she has been designated to testify, so she can't answer that question.
I see. So going back then to number 30, am I really to believe that the witness was not informed that the city's position is that it will not extend an invite to TST? They file an answer providing it to TST. It's a matter of public record, and the city's 30B6 witness is unprepared to speak as to the why not of its legal position. Is that my understanding?
What's your question?
This witness cannot testify as to whether something constitutes discrimination or not under the law.
I'm not asking the witness's opinion. I'm asking
Yes, you are.
the witness to explain to me how that is not discrimination.
That's the same thing.
In the regular sense, not talking legal sense, literally just it seems to me that a conscious decision was made by a city employee in writing to explicitly state that they intentionally do not invite TST because they find them not amazing and not leaders of the public. I'm just trying to understand how.
Which incidentally would not be discrimination on the basis of religion.
I lose this case from the city's perspective, seeing as how this is my opportunity to speak to the city about its legal positions. That's what depositions are, you see.
So
No, it's
same
not.
objection.
No, it's not. Depositions are not your opportunity to speak to the city or anyone else about their legal position. Depositions are to talk about facts and discover facts. That's what depositions are for. They're not your opportunity to talk about the law. That's what a courtroom is for.
That's not actually a question, though. Thank you for that explanation. She cannot answer the question about whether this constitutes discrimination. That is not for Christine O'Donnell to answer during this deposition. And I don't think it's helpful to have continuous debate about this. If you'd like to add this to your motion,
yes, this
makes
is.
Sense.
I believe we're at a point of impasse. I posit that the point of impasse.
As a court, I'd be kind of pissed having to read this motion. I'm already feeling for the court who has to read it if they answered it. You know, maybe they didn't even answer it. That'd be good, right? I'm just not even going to answer your thing and just deal with it in the motion to dismiss. I see, because I don't necessarily have to respond to every single thing. If I can just answer the ultimate question and make it go away, then everything else becomes moot. So that's where I'm like going, just like, can I just get rid of this thing so I don't have to respond to the stupid?
Impasse is as follows, beginning quote. Now, whether the city discriminated against TST by refusing to extend an invitation is not a valid subject for the 30B6 deposition, correct?
No, it's not.
Correct.
And that is the position of Nicole O'Connor, once again, Chief Counsel of Record for City of Boston, in the course and scope of.
He keeps saying this like he's going to nail her to something. This is the position you're taking. Dude, man, get wrecked. Get wrecked.
Of Nicole O'Connor's employment.
And
Correct?
just so that the record is clear, because it was not a topic for which she is designated to talk about.
Great. Okay. And one more, just to put a bow on it, there is not an assertion of privilege, correct?
No.
There is no privilege.
I agree, there is no privilege. I propose
I agree, there is no privilege.
to adjourn this meeting.
Sounds good.
Okay, the time is 3:36.
All right, finally it came to an end. Thank God. Or hail Satan, either way. Damn. All right, let's. Yeah. All right, so let's see. All right. All right, so let's see how this all came to an end. I need a video list of depositions you can get drunk to? Maybe. All right. All right, let's see if I can make it all look pretty. All right, cool. All right. We turn our attention to the decision in this case in motion for summary judgment. Satanic Temple versus City of Boston. The order of the court of July the 31st of 2023. Let's look at the stupid. All right. In evaluating the cross motions for summary judgment, the court relies on the party statements. The court accepts as true each material fact to the extent it's not been disputed and considers contested facts as the party who puts them against the party who asks for it, right? So we'll accept all undisputed facts, and as to disputed facts, we interpret it against you both ways. All right. The City Council holds meetings every week, usually on Wednesday, except on holidays or where otherwise ordered. There are approximately 35 meetings a year. Time is set aside for the beginning of each meeting for an invited member of the public, often clergy, to say a few words. These invocations have been given at City Council meetings or prior iterations of the city's government since the 1800s. It's been around for a hot minute. At the beginning of the calendar year, the City Council prepares a schedule of dates for the City Council meetings, including the name of the City Council responsible for securing the invocation speaker for that particular meeting. While a staff attempts to assign the same number of dates to each City Councilor, it is not always possible. So they try to rotate as best they can to keep it fair. The selection of the speaker is left to the discretion of the individual councilor and their staff. An individual must receive an invitation from the city councilor to offer the invocation prior to council meeting, and the city council does not take requests. There are no guidelines or rules governing who the city councilor may invite, and no formal or written policy exists. The city states that invocation invitations are based upon personal relationships of the councilors and the work the individual invitee has done for their district or constituents. In 2016, in response to the Satanic Temple's first request for an invocation to give, or for a first invitation to give the invocation, Michelle Wu, a former city councilor who at the time of this decision was the mayor of Boston, described the practice as follows. Each councilor has the chance to invite 2 to 3 faith leaders per year to deliver the invocation of one of our city council meetings. The invitations are often used to recognize faith leaders who are active in the community and organizations that are responsive of other districts. There is no restriction or criteria based on any councilor's preference. Many of us have a long list of folks we'd like to invite, but haven't been able to accommodate. So, basically it's up to each councilor's discretion who they want to bring. We have no rules on who they can invite. So we don't take a position as a government who they can invite. They can invite anyone. Okay. Another city employee separately explained the councilors have invited members from their district who are active in their neighborhood and engaged community members in addition to bringing members of the clergy. Other city council members and their staff described the invocation in similar terms. Christine O'Donnell, who we heard from in this deposition, who had to sit through the stupid, who is the compliance director and counsel for the city, explained in a deposition that we just listened to, the invitations for invocation are based on personal relationship the counselors have. In other words, people that they have relationships with because of their districts. It might be work the individual does in the districts or for their constituents. That has been the policy. When asked whether there was a basis for limiting who may participate, O'Donnell responded, it's by invitation. So the limit would be, you don't get an invitation, you don't give the invocation. TST has categorized the selection process by the city councilors as extending invites only to their friends and political allies, which is probably true, but is also not the basis of discrimination on the basis of religion. One invocation speaker, Anne-Marie Rousseau, gave an invocation annually from 2012 to 2020 at the invitation of the former councillor Matt O'Malley. Matt O'Malley apparently really likes this person. In addition to volunteering for the campaign, Rousseau was a co-chair of Ward 11 Democratic Committee, a co-founder of JP Progressives, a local community-based organization concerned about issues and electing progressive candidates, and worked at Metro Housing Boston. So, you know, she's a political, this person's a political ally. Amazing. She was also the on-call minister at Hope Central Church in Jamaica Plain, which is affiliated with the United Church of Christ and Disciples of Christ, and has been a chaplain at another organization. So she's a preacher and a whole bunch of other stuff. Fine. Rousseau also knew the counselor personally and interacted with him many times. When extending the invitation to a different community leader to give the invocation, the former city councilor Kim Janey acknowledged the Unitarian Universalist Urban Ministry, under the Reverend's leadership, is deeply active in the community, providing and hosting a wide array of services and events. The Reverends worked to restore the First Church of Roxbury, and continued efforts to reinvigorate the building are evidence of the commitment to social justice and service. Sounds like something a city councilor in Boston might say. Former Chancellor Janey explained to one invocation speaker that opening our meetings with prayer provides the council with a moment of meditation and reflection as we address the important work of us as a body. The context of the invocation is written or determined by the invited speaker. So the person who speaks determines what is said. The invocations may take the form of a blessing, opening remarks, a prayer, sermon, poem, reflection, or something like that. The majority of invocations have been given by individuals from a variety of Christian denominations, but there have also been a number of representatives from other religions, including rabbis and an imam. There have also been some lay people or non-religious speakers, including individuals from organizations doing work within the community who have given invocations. For example, the city clerk has given several invocations, usually reading from a book of reflections, and a leader from the Boston Debate League, who was also in divinity skill, gave an invocation. TST provides video evidence of one invocation given at a city council meeting. In that video clip, the city council's call to order and roll call occurs. The city council who invited the invocation speaker then introduces the speaker, who founded a church in Boston and served on several boards of directors in Boston. The speaker, who is a pastor, refers to the Bible and says, "Let us pray," before she gives the prayer. She also says she also states that she prays for each member of the Boston City Council and asks the Lord to give them understanding, wisdom, and knowledge as they proceed with their duties. The meeting then proceeds with the Pledge of Allegiance as the first order of business. Contrary to TST's characterization in its statement of facts, the video shows the audience is not instructed to stand, nor are they directed to participate in the prayer. The video being objective evidence, so I can take that contra to the party's argument. There are two other videos of city council meetings mentioned briefly in the party's papers. One is referenced by the city in its statement of facts and is of an imam who gave an invocation in April 2023. The meeting proceeds much like the others did. The city clerk conducts the roll, the city chancellor introduces the speaker, and the speaker gives the invocation. The imam opens by saying, he always greets the audience by saying in Arabic, "Peace be upon you." He then proceeds to read from the Quran and gives a few remarks at the end. In those remarks, he states, "It's incumbent upon you, the city councilors, as our representatives, to get to know each other, not in a superficial way, but because you represent me and us. And the more you get to know each other outside the walls of City Hall, the more you can come together and we'll all benefit from your relationship." At no point in the video, which begins prior to the roll call, are people instructed to stand. Still, after reading from the Quran, the imam says you may sit down, which suggests that people were standing and may have done so of their own volition. The other video cited by TST in a footnote is a response to the city statement of facts. In that video, which is from September 2016 city council meeting, the city clerk does the roll call, the city councilor introduces the speaker, and the speaker gives an invocation. At this meeting, the city councilor instructs everyone to stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. The speaker, who is involved in several nonprofits and studying at divinity school, speaks about the mission of the Boston Debate League. She then instructs everyone to bow their heads before offering a prayer that thanks the Lord for the city councilor's service, asking the Lord to remind them, the councilors, that nothing is too hard for them, and to humble themselves before the Lord as they will be lifted up. She then asks for guidance to allow the city council to be the best politicians, the best governing mission that this nation's ever seen. Seems pretty nice. Invitation speakers previously had received a stipend. One invocation speaker testified that they received $75 when they get an invocation 2012, though she did not remember receiving one after that. The stipend practice stopped in 2016 or 2017 after the city council investigated the practice. TST claims the practice ceased because of TST's initial demand for inclusion and in contemplation of this litigation. All right. They are a temple of victim narcissism. They are a bit narcissistic. I think that's true. I mean, they do preach hedonism, which is kind of narcissistic. So yeah. On April the 6th of 2016, Travis Lasofre, the head of the Boston chapter of TST, sent an email to former Chancellor Mark Simo, asking him to appoint Lasofre as the Chimo's invited clergy member to perform the invocation. Lasofre similarly reached out to former councilman Tito Jackson and former councilor Wu. In response, former councilor Wu explained that many councilors have a long list of individuals they'd like to invite but are unable to accommodate, and the invitations are often used to recognize faith leaders who are active in the community and organizations that are representative of the councilors' districts. Lasofre sent another email to several. What is with the people in the Satanic temple and these names, Lasofre, Levine, and stuff like that? It's like, it's just like they always seem to have like the double capitalized last name. I don't know. Lasofre sent another email to several city councilors in August 17, 2017. In that email, Lasofre asked the city council to allow individuals equal opportunity to perform invocations or remove invocations from all future meetings. Around this time, some city councilors received emails from individuals stating they did not want TST to give an invocation. There's no evidence that any city council responded to those emails. One former city councilor, Anissa Asabri George, commented in following to the request, "It is absurd that this group feels entitled to be invited to give remarks at the beginning of the city council meeting, and frankly, it's insulting to all the available amazing religious and secular leaders who are invited. They're invited because all the incredible work they do across the city, work to end homeless violence, work to promote Schutler and stability of the homelessness, or compassion and support for people in recovery. I will not give up the opportunity to highlight one of these amazing leaders who I'm privileged to work for the Satanic Temple. The City Council does important, serious work for people of Boston, and when we invite someone to participate in our meeting, it's out of profound respect, not a sense of obligation." Former Councilor Tim McCarthy responded to NBC Boston's inquiry on the issue by saying, "I would not consider anyone that doesn't have a positive impact on my community, my constituents, my family, and me personally. Every leader I've invited, they all check the boxes. The issue is not about the honor bestowed to a faith leader by the Boston City Councilor. This is a publicity stunt." On October 2nd, 2018, a representative from TST again requested an opportunity from someone for TST to give an invocation at the upcoming meeting. The next day, O'Donnell, who we heard from in this wonderful deposition, informed TST by telephone that the City Council does not accept requests from speakers to deliver invocations, and the City Council decides on who will deliver. O'Donnell also stated the City Council does not have a written policy concerning invocations. On October 9, 2018, O'Donnell emailed the TST representative explaining that each city councilor may invite either a clergy or a lay person to give the invocation, and the city councilors do not themselves offer an invocation. TST filed a complaint with the Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination. That's hilarious. Filed a complaint with the Commission Against Discrimination against the City Council. Who do you think the commission's boss is? Lol. City councilors again received emails from members of the public between March and April 2019 regarding TST's request for inclusion as a speaker, and again appears that none of the city councilors responded. TST provides an affidavit from its co-founder and co-director, Lucien Greaves, which states that TST engaged in charitable acts and community involvement within the Boston community. Okay. These activities apparently included menstruating with Satan. These activities included menstruating with Satan, a drive to collect tampons and send sanitary napkins for Rosie's Place, a safe haven for LGBTQIA plus women, in November through December of 2016, November 2019, and March 2020, and January 2021. Also, the event Warmer Than Hell, a coat and winter clothing drive for second chances in January 2017, and a further event, a tabling at the Boston Pride every year from 2016 to 2019. TST does not provide any evidence that any Sound City councilors knew or were involved in these activities. There's no evidence in the record of other groups requesting invitations and receiving them. In fact, at deposition for this action, former councilor Asabi George said, "I don't think anyone's ever asked me, with the exception, I think, why I'm here today, to offer remarks, a prayer, or a blessing before the city council when asked whether anyone else has solicited an invite." Apparently no one else had the narcissistic hubris to ask. Yeah. Tom says, you think you have to have 100,000 followers or something to be considered a religion? Uncivil law is apparently a religion, guys. All bow before your new God. That is uncivil. Yeah. TST filed the suit before this court on January the 20th, 2021. While TST asserts violations of the Establishment Clause of the Constitution, the free speech, So apparently I'm a religion, and I guess that makes Sandy my bishop, and my other mods my priests, and okay. We have sacraments, the bee-fish. We believe in bee-fish. Yeah, yeah. While TST asserts violations of the Establishment Clause, the Free Speech and Exercise Clause, the Equal Protection Clause, and the Free Exercise Clause of Massachusetts Constitution, the court dismissed counts 2 and 3. TSD then spent the majority of fact discovery attempting to take the deposition of then mayoral candidate and later Mayor Wu, including issuing a notice of deposition for November 2nd, 2021, which is Election Day. Okay, you know that they're just assholes. The court ultimately granted the city's motion for a protective order to quash the deposition and awarded the city attorney's fees and costs for TST's counsel's use of absurd discovery tactics when he considered to pursue the deposition. Each party has filed a motion for summary, so another time when the TST had to pay sanctions. Yeah. Having regular times of meeting is one criteria. Yeah, I mean, we do have the Thursday night Thunderdome, so we do have a regular time of meeting. So, hey, we got that down. What else do we need? Well, we got holy texts, namely court decisions, so we got holy texts. What else do we need to be a religion? We're well on our way. Some of the holy texts are apocryphal, and I, as your chief priest, am able to discern which of the holy texts are apocryphal and which are not. And depart from my teachings at your peril. Can we have a holy saying? Yes, you can. I want a lawyer. I want to remain silent. Thus, that is your holy saying. TST then filed, okay. Yeah. The court ultimately granted the city's motion for protective order to quash the deposition and awarded attorney's fees. Each party filed a motion for summary judgment. How about a charismatic leader? Oh, the burn. The burn. The court has held a motion hearings on cross motion for summary judgment on June the 28th of 2023. The purpose of summary judgment is to pierce the pleadings and assess the proof in order to see, well, actually, no, you criticized the Holy One, so you're a heretic. Burn the witch. Summary judgment may be granted when the record, viewed in the light of most favorable to the non-moving party, presents no genuine issue, material fact, in the moving part. We need a seal. We have a seal. It's right on screen. We have a seal. We've got a seal. It's right here. The holy seal of uncivil law. What else do we need? A factual dispute is genuine when the evidence is such that a reasonable fact finder could resolve the issue in favor of the non-moving party, and the fact is material which might affect the outcome of a suit under applicable law. Courts must evaluate and record and draw all reasonable inferences therefrom in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. We know that. The court must determine whether, we've been live 5 hours. This wasn't how this was supposed to be. This wasn't supposed to be a 5-hour stream. Whose suggestion was this? I blame you all. You all have sinned against uncivil. Penance, man, penance. You know how you can show your penance? You know how you show your penance? The same way you used to the Catholic Church. If you donate $5 to uncivil, it will buy you an indulgence and you will be purified of your sins. Please donate $5 for your indulgence. Thank you. Turning back to the channel. Turning back to the thing. This court must determine whether each party is entitled to judgment as a matter of law. The first is whether the city violated the Establishment Clause when it did not extend an invitation to TST or grants request to present an invocation. While TST does not claim that the city's legislative prayer practice generally runs afoul of the Establishment Clause, the court must consider whether the city's councilman's selection process for invocation speakers renders its legislative prayer practice unconstitutional. The second is whether the city council invocation selection process burdens TST's religious belief in violation of the free exercise law. I notice a disturbing lack of offers for my indulgence in chat right now. Maybe you don't want any more of the text. Maybe you don't want any more of the text. Is that true? If you donate $100, B-Fish will give you if you donate $100, B-Fish will personally give you a blessing. The First Amendment, which applies to the states through the 14th Amendment, states the government shall make no law respecting establishment of religion. The clearest command of the Establishment Clause is that one religious denomination cannot be officially preferred over another. Thank you, Distracted C, for 5 gift memberships. It's appreciated. The City Council's invocations are a form of legislative prayer, a practice that is deeply embedded in the history and tradition of the country. The practice has coexisted with the principles of disestablishment and religious freedom from colonial times through the founding of a republic and ever since. Legislative prayer is meant to lend gravity to the occasion and reflect values long part of the nation's heritage. Yeah, stepping on Danny's toes, I guess a little bit. Yeah, we have a competitive cult now. That's funny. That's great. Prayer that is solemn and respectful in tone, that invites lawmakers to reflect upon shared. So now not only do we have the possibility of drama between LawTube creators in the form of a fight between me and Danny, we now have the possibility for a full-on holy war, a whole new level of drama, previously unexperienced. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. Danny's cult is false prophet cult. Uncivil cult is real cult. Wow. To be lawful, the legislative prayer practice issue must fish within traditions long followed in Congress and the state legislature. TST does not claim the city's practice of opening city council meetings with an invocation violates the Establishment Clause. As TST explained in the motion hearing, the essence of this action is an allegation of discrimination. Who's Danny? Danny on Direct, a growing creator. DANIANN Direct. She's a lawyer out of Utah, and she says, boop. As TXT explained in the motion hearing, the essence of the action is an allegation of discrimination. TST claims the city discriminated against it because of its religious views when the city council refused to invite TST to give the invocation. The city council has no evidence that its religious beliefs are the reason TST did not receive the invitation, and the true question is whether the city council's legislative prayer practice endorses or establishes any particular religion over another. Establishment Clause jurisprudence is not the paragon of clarity on the issue of legislative prayer. Although historical patterns cannot justify contemporary violations of constitutional guarantees, the Establishment Clause must be interpreted by reference to historical practices and understandings. While there are no bright line rules or tests to apply to legislative prayer cases, the Supreme Court has made clear that prayer opportunity cannot be exploited to proselytize or advance any one or disparage any other faith or belief. Absence a pattern of prayers that over time denigrates, proselytizes, or betrays an impermissible governmental purpose, a challenge based solely on the content of a prayer will likely not establish a constitutional violation. The ultimate question is whether the legislative prayer practice compels its citizens to engage in religious observance, which is a fact-sensitive inquiry that considers both the setting in which the prayer arises and the audience to whom it's directed. AHN. Not ANN, you're right. AHN. Yeah, because her last name is On. Right. Sorry. You're correct. Yeah. AHN. Her husband's name. You're correct. I made a mistake. Uncivil meetup in Key West at Green Parrot Bar for baptisms. Sounds about great. Not that Amber gives me $5. Thank you for the good stream. Boop. Boop. There is even less guidance on proof required for a discrimination claim in the legislative prayer context of the Establishment Clause. However, the Supreme Court has provided some direction on the issue. In Marsh v. Chambers, the Supreme Court found that the state legislative prayer practice did not violate the First Amendment when weighed against the historical background. There, a single clergyman of one denomination had given prayers in the Judeo-Christian tradition for 16 years and was paid at public expense. The Supreme Court explained that absent proof that the chaplain's reappointment stemmed from an impermissible motive, the long tenure itself does not conflict with the Establishment Clause. So even though for 16 years the state legislature had the same congressman who was Christian and was paid, that wasn't a violation. The Supreme Court articulated similar explanation decades later in a case called Town of Greece versus Galloway. The court disagrees with the view taken by the Court of Appeals that the town in Greece, the city in America, contravened the Establishment Clause by inviting a predominantly Christian set of ministers to lead the prayer. The town made reasonable efforts to identify all the congregations located within its borders and to represent that it would welcome a prayer by any minister or layman who wished to give one. That nearly all the congregations in town turned out to be Christian does not reflect an aversion or bias on the part of the town against minority faiths. So long as the town maintains a policy of non-discrimination, the Constitution does not require a search beyond its borders for non-Christian prayers in an effort to achieve balancing. So if all the people are Christian, then that just is the way it happens to be. The quest to promote a diversity of religious views would require a town to make wholly inappropriate judgments about the number of religions it should sponsor and the relative frequency by which it should sponsor each, a form of government entanglement with religions that's far more troublesome than the current approach. Taken together, these cases suggest that allowing some individuals to give prayers at a legislative session, but not others, due to an aversion or bias against minority faiths or other impermissible motives, is discrimination. Other federal courts have found, concluded similar claims have applied the same approach. Okay. And then they cite a different Satanic Temple case, and then another Satanic Temple case, and I think a third one, because they've been at it for a while. TST can prevail on Establishment Clause claim if the evidence shows the city's denial of TST's request to give the invocation was based on TST's religious beliefs. The city provides ample evidence that the refusal to invite TST to give the invocation was not because of TST's religious beliefs. All the evidence submitted suggests that individual city councilors invited speakers who served their constituents and were active in their communities, and TST did not qualify as such. For example, in response to TST's first request for invocation, former Chancellor Wu explained the invocations are used to recognize leaders who are active in the community and organizations in their respective districts. In the deposition, O'Donnell similarly stated invitations are extended to people the councilors have relationships with because of their districts, such as work the individual does in the district or does for constituents. Excuse me. In 2017, apparently in response to one of TST's requests for invocation, the former councillor Asabli George, like former councillor Wu, stated invocation speakers are invited because of all the incredible work that they do across the city, work to end youth violence, work to provide shelter and stability to homelessness, or compassion and support for people in recovery. This evidence shows the city council's refusal to extend an invitation to TST was not motivated by aversion or bias towards TST's beliefs. The introductions of the individual speakers in the videos of the record similarly focus on the work the speakers have done in the community. Moreover, TST's own paper suggests city council invited invocation speakers based on their status as political insiders, which is also not religious belief. It is possible the city councilors selected invocation speakers based on political affiliations and connections, as TST stated, but that is not religion, so no one cares. TST provides no evidence that the decision not to extend invitation to TST was motivated by animus or bias. The city provided evidence it was in fact motivated by other lawful reasons. The evidence ranges from the city councilors' contemporaneous responses to TST's request for an invitation to evidence revealed years later through fact discovery, such as depositions. The evidence viewed as a whole does not suggest these reasons were pretextual. There's no evidence that other groups asked to give an invocation, and an invitation was in fact extended to them. While TST provides some evidence, it may have been involved in the greater Boston community, which is a primary factor city councilors consider when selecting speakers. Through its Menstruating with Satan, Warmer Than Hell, and Boston Pride tabling events, there's no evidence that the city councilors knew of those activities, nor that those activities took place within a particular councilor's district. Indeed, the evidence clearly conflicts with the conclusion. Former councilor Asabi George explained that she was unaware of TST's activities and community contributions when they sought inclusion in the calendar. Indeed, the most she had read about TST was in a pamphlet given to her on the day of the deposition for the litigation. So TST might be doing some works out there in the community, but not enough that it's come to the attention of the city councilors. So they aren't trying hard enough. Try better. The email sent from the public to the city councilors fall short of supporting TST's discrimination claim. Emails from the public expressing disagreement with TST's belief, particularly whereas here there's no evidence that any city councilor responded to those emails, do not support the inference that the city council did not invite TST because they share the same opinion as the senders. So members of the public were like, we don't want TST to talk, but no one from the council confirmed that. So we can't know what we can't know what the council thought. Yeah. City councilors are public officials who interact with their constituents regularly and whose email addresses are publicly available. If they could be held liable for every belief a constituent expressed, there would be no end. That is a step too far the court's not willing to take. Fair. TST's reliance on City Council's decision to end the stipend given to invocation speakers is misplaced. Even if the court assumes the City Council reviewed its stipend policy as a result of receiving TST's request for inclusion, the decision to terminate that practice does not suggest discriminatory intent. While TST cites to Village of Arlington versus Metro for the proposition that a change in the City Council's process is evidence of discrimination, Arlington Heights stands only for the proposition that departure from normal procedural sequence also might be evidence that improper purposes are playing a role. So a change might be suggestive, but is not dispositive. There is no such departure in improper purpose here. The City Council did not give a stipend to one speaker and not another, rendered it enter the practice for everyone after determined the best practice was to stop it. Nor the city to terminate the invocation practice entirely to keep one group from participating. It simply eliminated a singular element of the practice, an element that says nothing about why the speaker was selected. Despite TST's claims otherwise, it's unclear how termination of the stipend demonstrates aversion or bias based on religion. The decision to end the stipend affected all speakers equally. And probably could have kept the stipend, and it wouldn't have mattered. The court would be remiss not to acknowledge the differences between the town of Greece and this case. In town of Greece, the town made reasonable efforts to identify all congregations located within its borders and represent that it would welcome prayer by any minister or layman who wished to give one. Such practice would support a finding there had been no Establishment Clause violation. The City Council, however, does not neither of these things. Instead, invocation speakers are invited at the discretion of individual councilors, which heightens Establishment Clause concerns. The evidence on this record, however, suggests the City Councilor's discretion was not exercised in a way that individuals or groups were excluded from the invocation because of religion. So they gave other reasons, they're not pretexts, so no. The City Council did not allow some requests while denying others. And the City Council's primary motivation in inviting a speaker, based on the evidence before the court, has always been the individual organizations involved in the community. While the court understands TST's desire to enjoy what it describes as the benefit of sharing a message in this forum, the record is simply devoid of any evidence that would support the conclusion that failure to extend an invocation to TST stemmed from an impermissible motive. Yeah. In their briefs, the parties have discussed a number of cases that consider the constitutionality of various legislative practices when it comes to the issue. The case before the court is unlike the cases that were cited. In the cases that were cited, the plaintiff brought broad challenges against the government legislative prayer and practices. They argued the government's actions through prayer had the effect of placing an official seal on the approval of Christianity. TST does not make that claim because it would be a loser, because we've already had that fight. TST instead asserts it was discriminated against when it asked for and was denied an opportunity to give the invocation. As it explained, it was not. And if the court assumes that TST does claim, like the plaintiffs in the case that have come before it, that the City Council's legislative practice as a whole would violate the Establishment Clause, that would also fail. Because there's no definitive test on how to apply a legislative prayer challenge, it's necessary to understand how prior courts have evaluated the issue. In March, the Supreme Court evaluated a challenge to the practice of opening sessions with prayers by state-employed clergymen. It found the state's practice did not run afoul of the Establishment Clause after examining the features of the practice. A clergyman of only one denomination been selected for 16 years, the chapel was paid at public expense, and the prayers off followed the Judeo-Christian tradition. In the town of Greece, the Supreme Court considered whether the town imposed an impermissible establishment of religion by opening its monthly board meetings with a prayer by the same guy of the same religion for 16 years. There, the court noted the town made reasonable efforts, or that was a different case, I'm sorry. In a different case, the court noted the town made reasonable efforts to identify all congregations located within its borders and represented it would welcome a prayer by any minister, though it stopped short of requiring such an effort. The Supreme Court also determined that offering of invocation does not compel citizens to engage in any religious observance, because the principal office for these invocations is not the public, but the lawmakers themselves, and the government has directed the public to participate, singled out dissidents for opposition, or opprobrium. That's a word I don't know. Opprobrium. Let me look that up real fast. OPP. Where is this thing? Okay, let me copy this and put it into Google. What does this word mean? Opprobrium. Harsh censure or criticism. The public disgrace arising from shameful conduct. Okay, well, there you go. That's a word of the day. So it does not single them out for shaming or indicate that decisions might be influenced by the person's acquiescence in the prayer opportunity. The town board at no point solicited gestures by the public, such as standing, bowing their heads, or making the sign of a cross. Moreover, the town neither reviewed the prayers in advance of the meetings nor provided guidance as to their tone or content. And the prayers often sounded both civic and religious themes. Under the town of Greece, the question is whether the course and practice over time shows the invocations denerogate non-believers or religious minorities, threaten damnation, or preach conversion, which would suggest that they fall short of a desire to elevate a common purpose and unite lawmakers. So, yeah. Yeah. Appellate courts have used the Marsh and Town of Greece cases to evaluate similar legislative prayers under the Establishment Clause. In Rubin versus City of Lancaster, the plaintiff challenged the city council's practice of opening its meetings with invocation, which were frequently Christian. The city compiled a database of religious congregations with established presence in the city, and invited those groups to an open council meeting with an invocation. The question is, the heart of the case was whether the city itself had taken steps to affiliate itself with Christianity through the practice. Given the litany of neutrality enforcing safeguards, the Ninth Circuit held no. So even if the Satanic Temple were allowed to give a thing, they wouldn't be able to do it the way they wanted to, right? Because it has to be kind of neutral, right? It can invoke God in a generic sense, but much more than that, you run into problems, right? So a generic reference to God is fine, that's fine. That sweeps in a lot of people. And depending on how you interpret the question, I suppose can even, and it could theoretically include everyone depending on how you conceive of the term, but I digress. No person attending a city council meeting, including a city employee or official, is required to participate. No volunteer is paid. Neither the council nor the clerk may engage in any prior inquiry, review of, or involvement in the contrast of any prayer to be offered. Moreover, the clerk has never removed a congregant's name from the list of invitees or refused to include one. The Fourth Circuit confronted a similar question in Lund versus Rowan County. 4 factors convinced that court menstruating with Satan is a bloody good time. Bad swamp bear. Bad swamp bear. What is the least amount of time that the mods can time someone out for? Whatever the least amount of time that someone can time someone out for, please time swamp bear out for the bad joke. I don't know if it's 5 seconds or something, but he needs a slight rebuke. Bad swamp bear. Two minutes? Yeah. That can't be the least. The Fourth Circuit confronted a similar question in Lund versus Rowan County. 4 factors convinced the court the county's legislative prayer practice violated the established clause. 10 seconds? Yeah, 10 seconds sounds fine. Yeah, 10 seconds sounds good. That works. First, the government actors themselves, elected members of the County Board of Commissioners, gave the prayers. These elected officials, therefore, took up ministerial function. Moreover, the content of the prayers were entirely at the discretion of the commissioners. Second, the prayers were used to proselytize. The prayer, I like this. I can use 10-second. I can use 10-second timeouts just to chide my chat. This is fantastic. This power is fantastic. As the head of your church, I can punish you. Outstanding. Second, the prayers were used to proselytize. The prayers were invariably and unmistakably Christian in context, with several prayers confessing sin and asking for forgiveness on the community's behalf, and other implying that Christianity was superior to other faiths and imploring attendees to accept Christianity. Third, the public audience was instructed. So we have a concept of, this growing church now has a concept of sin. We have a concept of punishment. We have a concept of redemption and indulgences. We have holy texts. We have an official symbol. We have a regular meeting time. We have a hierarchy within the church. It's going great over here for uncivil religion. Do we call you Papa B? I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm worthy of being called Papa B. You know, the bee fish is above us all. I'm not sure I should be called Papa B. I don't know, man. I feel like that might be blasphemy. But as the head of the church, I guess I get to decide what's blasphemy or not. So I'll get back to you on that one. From these cases, the court gleans 5 factors to consider when evaluating broad challenges: the identity of the speaker, whether the speaker is paid, the government's review of the prayer, whether the nature of the prayer apostatizes or denigrates other religions, and the selection process. As the first factor, the city council invocation speaker is a guest, often a member of the clergy, not the city council themselves. Contrary to TST's assertions, the fact that these speakers are selected by individual city councilors does not require the court to conclude the council members might as well be the sole providers in the invocation. Can Kurt be timed out for last night's jokes? Of course I can't be timed out. I'm infallible. Yeah. Even if I correct myself, I'm still infallible. That's great, right? Because I can do that because apparently I have deity-like powers. So I can contradict myself, change myself, and still be infallible all at the same time. Because why not? This is great. This isn't gonna go to my head in any way. Yeah, this isn't gonna go to my head in any way. Miss Jax M becomes an uncivilian for 99 cents. Thank you for your holy tithe pledge. It is appreciated. Yeah. I mean, I probably could get non-for-profit status. I mean, this is educational, right? I'd probably fall into 501c3 without it being a religion. I should try to claim tax exempt status. That'd be really good for me. Something to think about. I might have to switch from an LLC to a different corporate form, though. So I'm not a pass-through entity. Although if I do, what's it called? There's a way for me to do it as an LLC too. There's a way for me to do it without changing my corporate form. I forget what it's called. But there is a way for me to do it. For me not to be a pass-through entity. Okay, yeah, I have to remember. But it wouldn't matter. So I still wouldn't apply to any income I paid myself. But it would apply to, it would give me tax exempt status as long as the money is sitting within the LLC. Because right now the money is considered earned the moment it goes into the LLC because it's a pass-through entity. But yeah, but it's not. It's something I absolutely qualify for, but I just forget what it's called. But there's a way for me to do it. There is a way for me to do it. So I can designate myself. I can designate the LLC separately from myself, and then I just have to keep the money separate. The problem with that is compliance costs or compliance annoyance, because now that the corporation is separate, it has to file its own papers and stuff and track things as though it were a corporation, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. And I'm probably not earning enough money for that to be worth my time. So it's probably not enough income coming in the channel for it to be worth my time right now. So yeah, and I can do it. I think at the start of any fiscal year. So I can do it. I can change the status at the start of any fiscal year. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. Kurt is noticing it doesn't have use for tax exempt status. Not right now, I don't. Yeah. So keeping money separate is a good idea. Yeah, generally speaking, that is. But and the money is separate. The money is separate, but for tax purposes, so the money is separate. The LLC, Uncivil Law LLC does have its own bank account. The money goes into the Uncivil Law LLC, right? So there is a separation between the two. So I definitely have segregated out my personal funds from the LLC's funds. So I've already taken care of that. So for tax purposes, it doesn't matter, but it would matter for other liability purposes, which is also, incidentally, as long as we're here, right, why you can't necessarily say that someone is or is not something universally, right? Because we talk about the idea of the separation of the corporate form from the person, right? So the LLC is a separate corporate form from me, right? So the LLC is a separate entity from me, right? And although but even though if the IRS treats something for tax purposes, that doesn't read onto other things, right? So you can be a separate entity and also not a separate entity depending for various purposes. So that's way too much discussion, but you know, whether you are something or something else or something might change depending on context. So yeah. So that's way too much complication right now. Why am I still streaming? I'm hungry and tired. How much more do I have on this? I'm getting to the end, thank goodness. How many people are even watching this? 247? While the majority of city council's invocation speakers have been undoubtedly of the Christian denomination, speakers of other denominations and lay people have also been asked to give invocation. This inclusion of rabbis, an imam, and laypersons allows for a diversity of religious views. While there could be even more diversity of speakers, the fact that the majority of speakers have been Christian is not a sufficient basis to determine the practice violates the Establishment Clause. Further view, the court must view this fact in combination with other facts before it. As to the second factor, it is undisputed that the invocation speakers received a stipend for their participation until 2016 or 2017 when the practice ceased. The evidence suggests the stipends were nominal and the speakers received no other benefit. Given the nominal financial amount at issue and the fact that the practice has not existed for at least 5 years, the court is not persuaded that the feature violates the Establishment Clause, particularly when viewing the facts as a whole. Regarding the third consideration, there's no evidence the city councilors reviewed or otherwise are involved in the speaker's prayer selection. As the fourth factor, when the nature of the prayers given at the city council meetings evinces a pattern of prayers that over time denigrates, proselytizes, or betrays an impermissible governmental purpose, the evidence on record suggests that it does not. There are a few examples of city council invocations in the record before the court, especially when considering the city council meets every week. Of the three examples, all the speakers direct their prayer largely towards the city council itself. One speaker explicitly notes, "I pray for each member of the Boston City Council, asking the Lord to give them understanding, wisdom, and knowledge as they proceed with duties." Another speaker reads from the Quran and then implores the city councils to better get to know one another outside the walls of City Hall as they represent the people, and more that they can come together, the more that the people benefit. In the third video, the speaker thanks the Lord for the service of the city councilors, asks the Lord to remind them that nothing is too hard and to guide them to be the best politicians, the best governing body this nation's ever seen. To be sure, each speaker incorporates religious references, sometimes beginning with "let us pray" and reading from holy books, but they also invoke universal themes, as by calling for a spirit of cooperation among town leaders. In other words, Dave Wade is saying they thought it was funny. I will let the moderators decide what contradicting the uncivil should entail after the uncivil has already pronounced his judgment. I can't help notice that Dave Wade is spreading the heresy. Such prayers do not fall outside tradition. None of the prayers, at least those before the record, before the court, derogate non-religious believers or religious minorities, threaten damnation, or preach conversion, even with references to deities or prayers. Moreover, the prayers do not demonstrate an intent to force citizens to engage in religious observance. In one video, the city councilor asked people to rise for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. At no point in the other two videos do city councilors ask the public to rise for invocation, nor did any of the videos indicate any request from city councilors to bow their heads, make sign of the cross, or participate in any similar gestures. The singular instance on record, it is definitely Snickers time, I don't disagree, I'm hungry. The singular instance on record, the city councilor asking everyone to rise, not just for invocation, but also the Pledge of Allegiance, does not suggest a pattern of prayers that violates the Establishment Clause by directing the public to participate in the prayers, singling out dissents for ridicule, or indicating their decisions might be influenced by a person's acquiescence in the prayer. These commonplace and reflexive requests, whether from ministers or elected individuals following their own face normative cues, do not alone mandate participation, especially as most are perceived with a polite please. You have a free sub coupon? That sounds nice. As city council requesting the audience to stand for the invocations, a far cry from asking the audience to join in worship. That leads us to the fifth factor, the process used to identify and invite invocation speakers. While the court has already evaluated the city council speaker's process that relates to TST's particular claim, it has not examined the practice generally. TST's claim could be construed not as an individual allegation, but rather as alleging the practice prayer generally violates the Establishment Clause. The city council's process, or lack thereof, for selecting invocation speakers is the most troublesome to the court of all the factors. There is no dispute that the selection of a speaker, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch, we really do appreciate it, thank you. There is no dispute that the selection of the invocation speaker is left to each individual city councilor's discretion, and there are no formal policies governing procedure. This leaves ample room for abuse, which concerns the court. However, lack of a formal written policy does not itself create a constitutional problem, nor is the fact that the selection of speakers is left to the discretion of individual councilors. The ultimate question is whether the city maintains a policy of non-discrimination in the practice it chooses. In other words, the issue lies in how the councilors have exercised their discretion in practice. The evidence the city provides shows that it does maintain a policy of non-discrimination, and TST fails to provide evidence that city councilors exercise their plenary discretion in plainly unconstitutional ways. Speakers from a variety of Christian denominations, rabbis, and leaders of other faiths, including an imam, in addition to lay people, have been asked to give the invocation. All evidence before the court indicates that city councilors choose the speakers not because of religion, but because of their own involvement within the community. TST's own briefing repeatedly suggests, without evidence, the invocation events are reserved for political allies, not religious groups. Of course, this is not a case where the city council at no point exclude or denied opportunity to would-be prayer giver, nor has the city council made reasonable efforts to identify all congregants within its borders. City councilors, in fact, did deny one request, TST, to give invocation, and the speaker selection is left to each city councilor's individual discretion. But as the court has already explained here, the rejection of one group, there are no other rejections of record, who had been previously unknown to the city councilors does not constitute a violation of the Establishment Clause. Moreover, the evidence before the court suggests that the city council's discretion generally has been exercised within the limits of the Establishment Clause framework, as nothing in the record suggests the selection or exclusion of speakers is based on religious beliefs rather than of the community. This case is unlike Williamson versus Brevard County, which found that the county board selection process rendered its legislative prayer practice unconstitutional. In Brevard, the evidence suggested that the commissioners used their plenary discretion to discriminate on the basis of religious beliefs, favoring some monotheistic religions over others, and disfavoring and excluding at least religions that are polytheistic, pantheistic, or otherwise outside the mainstream. Excuse me 1 second. I have to type something to my mods in mod chat. All right, where was I? In Brevard, the evidence suggests that commissioners using their plenary discretion to discriminate on the basis of religious beliefs, favoring some monotheistic religions over others, and disfavoring and excluding at least some religions that are polytheistic, pantheistic, or otherwise outside the mainstream. The evidence includes statements from commissioners themselves which indicate they are considering the specific religious beliefs of prospective invocation givers, and certain types of religion would be flatly banned from giving invocation. The court found these comments reflecting an aversion or bias on the part of the county leaders against minority faiths, and fair examination of the lengthy summary judgment record showed that commissioners consciously held and acted upon views which religion and types of religious beliefs were the right kind of invocation, which are not. No such evidence exists here. There's not to say there must be a smoking gun indicating clear religious bias to find the city council selection process fails to adhere to a policy of non-discrimination, but there must be something to suggest the selection process reflects an aversion or bias on the part of the town leaders against minority faiths. On the summary judgment record before this court, the selection process does not reflect such prejudice. This is particularly viewed when the courts view the selection process in light of other factors. When the court considers the state council's practice as a whole, it cannot say the prayer opportunity has been exploited. And then they want to go through the Massachusetts free exercise claim, which the court says TST argues the city council's legislative prayer is unlawfully burdensome because it amounts to a forced choice that requires TST to continue to venerate Satan, which incidentally, strictly speaking, they don't even do that, by the way, and therefore forfeit its opportunity to access a prayer opportunity, or it can abandon the defining aspect of its creed in the hopes that will make sufficiently palatable ruling. Yeah, remember, by the way, that the Satanic Temple does not literally believe in a literal Satan. So they are not actually worshiping Satan persona. They are worshiping, I don't know, the idea or something. More to the point, they're just using Satan as a, what would you say? They're using him as a way to be dicks. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. They couldn't figure out how to proudly announce to the world that they were dicks. And so they searched and searched and searched and thought and thought and thought and thought to themselves, what word would best describe that we are dicks? I know. How about Satan? Yeah. Okay, this manufactured burden cannot sustain TST's free exercise challenge. A sustained burden is one that's coercive or compulsory. The city council's legislative practice is neither. A city is neither conditioned receipt of an important benefit on conduct prescribed by religious faith, nor is denied such a benefit because conduct mandated by religious belief. Yeah, they're using Satan in personification of contrarianism, something like that, yeah. Because TST's right to maintain its religion has not been hampered by the city council, it must be denied, and therefore the city wins. Okay, people, we finished it off. After 6 hours, we finished. I'd like to note for the record that at this point I regret doing this stream. It was a 3 hour long deposition. I really should have known better. I really should have said to the person, can you narrow this down or something? And not done it. It really just was not worth it, either in terms of revenue or in terms of watch or in terms of anything else. It was not a productive stream. And I'm also tired. So I'm going to have some food now and some beer because I've earned it. And yeah. So, is anyone streaming I can send you to? So I can be nice. Is anyone streaming? Let's see. Well, Good Logic is streaming in an hour. I could send you over there for the preview. I might do that if no one else is streaming right now. They've got to make it easier to do redirects one of these days. It is such a pain in the butt. I'll send you over Good Logic's way. He's not going to be streaming for an hour, but, you know, why not? It's a nice thing to do. All right. I hope you all have a good one. Till later, my friends. Bye.